Hello, y'all. How's it going? It is Friday the 13th. Kind of an unlucky day, but what are you gonna do? That's the day that it is. And, like most all Fridays, that means it's time for Mario Maker 2 viewer levels, the thing I do every Friday, every week. How you doing, folks? I hope y'all had a good week. Hope y'all are ready to see viewer levels and things of that nature. Again, unfortunate about the day of the week that it is, and the day of the month that it is, but what are you gonna do? Here's a question before we begin, randomly. Do you think on Friday the 13th, casino attendance is down? Do you think that everyone just like, oh buddy, like, I'm not feeling lucky today. I'm not going into the fucking casino. That's a fucking risk to take on Friday the 13th. Are you kidding? Like, absolutely no way anyone's going in that day. Today specifically. That's just right out. I don't know. Y'all let me know if y'all are big gamblers, if that would stop you. Pick a good day. Pick like a 7th, like a number with a 3 in it, or like the 3rd or something. Those are lucky numbers. The 13th, ooh, that's bad. I bet you lucky days that are lucky get a spike in casino attendance. Horse track, same deal. People want to feel lucky if they're gonna gamble. Fortunately, tonight isn't a gamble. Someone's gotta win on the 13th, that's true. I mean, it must feel really weird to be at the casino coming out ahead on the 13th. Like, that must be the weirdest feeling, like, oh, fucking I'm winning, what the hell? What the hell, how does that make sense? I don't know, I don't gamble. Y'all can tell me what the fuck, how y'all feel about that. How y'all deal with that if you do gamble, casino style or otherwise, blackjack, whatever, right? I know there's the machines that you pull on. Is Friday the 13th horror? Yes, there's a movie called that. I believe that's where Jason is from. Don't quote me, I don't watch horror movies. Before we begin, folks, let me just... Can I show you something cool, albeit not ready for prime time? Check this out. I got something cool that I'm hoping will work because it's a little finick. Fuck, I forgot the mouse. One second. Let me go grab it. I'm gonna throw to a break and be back in 2 seconds. Okay, I'm back. I'm down to one mouse now. My mouse broke today. It landed on the floor. Not important. Let me show you this thing. Okay, ready? Check this out. I hope it works. That kind of works, doesn't it? That kind of looks pretty good, if I do say so myself. A, star bit feeding gimmick that I would like to make work for Twitch bits. There are still concerns, right? Like, one thing is that the music is currently triggered by a hotkey that only works if OBS's main window is selected, so that's not great. That's kind of not how I stream these days, so that actually, I have to figure out a different way for the music to work. Second, there's the question of timing, how fast the bits should go, as well as, like, how many bits per, like, bit. If someone drops $10, we should not be waiting, like, a minute, right? If someone drops, like, $100, like, does that mean that we might have to wait, like, spend like 10 minutes watching me eat bits? Like, that's ridiculous, right? Like, what is the limits on how fast should this go? What's the conversion of seconds of stream to, cash dollars? And also, like, the fine tuning of it. I think that maybe was a little too fast. where it's a little bit less. It should be a little slower and a little more visible, I think. But it's pretty decent. Let's see that again. I gotta, like, figure out the best position for the mouth to make it look like I'm eating them. Also, how's the vision? Getting better. Good enough for the stream tonight, and good enough to read, like, even the small text on the screen now. Like, I can read on my my big screen there, drop frames 0%. Though it is a little bit annoying to do so, you know, a little bit of an eye strain situation. But for games, no problem whatsoever. I can read chat, I can read the Mario Maker, all that. We're good that wise. Fun fact, you can use mouse mode on the keyboard. Mouse mode on the keyboard. Oh, right, yeah, on the Switch too. Yeah, I did that, I think I did that while I was playing other games previously. You know, like doing the welcome tour and stuff like that, where it asked you to type on. But today I just have the Pro controller, so we'll not be using any mouse stuff today. Oh, I just realized the audio's a bit low. A bit lower than it should be. Let me get that up. That's... I think... It's hard to read the audio levels. That's the one thing that's way too small. And also, it's like light gray on dark gray. It's not a good OBS. You gotta make that a little more readable. That's on you. That's not on me. That's not on the eyes, honestly. Let's do this, folks. That's enough. That's enough, like, faffing about with cool new things I want to implement sometime in the future, preferably before the next Mario Galaxy 1/2 stream. Let's get into the levels tonight. Let's get into the viewer levels, y'all. Let me explain how this works for those who are new / don't know / need a reminder. This is viewer levels, and whenever your viewer level comes up, if you are here, I will give it the full time of day, which outside the lightning round means 5. Hey, your Ness. Listen up, this is important for you especially, new viewer and all. Thank you. If you are here when your level comes up, I will give it the full time of day, which outside the lightning round means 12 minutes plus 5 last tries if that's not enough. If you are not here when your level comes up, I will still play a level, but I will do so in very nearly, but not quite sudden death, wherein I only have 2 tries to beat the level, refreshing at checkpoints. That is my compromise between prioritizing the people who are present and playing more levels, which I think is fun. It's fun to play more levels. I don't know if you know this. Let's see now. We played all these levels except for the latest one. Oh, well, you can go back for... Let's play the latest one. How about Shock Pichu? Did Shock Pichu say? Shock Pichu, if you have a preference, go ahead and specify. But I think let's go ahead and do Roy's Airship. Go ahead and set that timer, as Shock Pichu was here when, you know, first person tends to be here early, and, you know, it's just, I count...
Oh, no!
Don't worry, it's good, it's fine. Nothing matters at this point. We'll get that this time. Alright, let's do this. This is some sort of ride.
Oh, no!
Some sort of ride. Let's do it what we do. Can you give me a review after you play the level about what you... Yeah, sure, I can do that. I can also do it while playing it. Don't worry about it. We'll definitely. Ask again, I'll say, because your level is like 5 levels down the stack. Might be a bit. Will be a bit before it comes up, you know?
Oh no!
That's... Some of the timing here is, difficult. I'll also say I, like every week, have a good number of things I would like to discuss, and I will be discussing them, you know, as it makes sense to. Y'all know how I do. Sick. That's... What is up here? This looks like it's optional. It is optional. Doesn't matter, we were able to get through cleanly. Whose level ended up being the thumbnail on the last week? Oh, it was the one who had had the Switch 2 in their thing chart, yeah. The Switch 2 level. And also I made it like a very elaborate thing. Go look, it was a lot of work. I had to like use screenshots to composite what that giant Switch 2 looked like, because not all of it was on screen at once. So I spent probably way too much time putting together a composite version of that you know, could not be seen before without editing that level. Fuck! Damn it. I think we can do this. I'm not afraid. I think this is going... I would say this is going well. Yep, there we go. See, no problem at all. And I...
Oh no!
And I bet there's a checkpoint right beyond where we are currently. I bet like just a couple more jumps and we'll get a checkpoint, and that'll make us all feel better. I feel like it makes sense to just not even stop there. Just keep on trucking. Fuck!
Oh no!
May have to drive someone home, so... But you'll hopefully be here when your level comes up. Hopefully. I understand, though. Do what you gotta do. I mean, I'll say we have to play by the rules here, regardless of, reason. You know. I mean, I'll say, like, there are some things I've been thinking about regarding the rules of how we do things here, but... It's, you know, you gotta be fair, right? You gotta be fair to those who have waited. Yeah, rules are fair, no prob. Yeah. You know that, I don't mind even if, it ends up being sudden death. And you know also that sudden death, in and of itself, is a bit of fun, so... You know... It's, not bad content-wise. You know, on some level... Damn it. I like the variety of it. So, you know, more submitters, more different levels. That itself is its own, own reward, you know? So, like, don't, you know, think that you have to bail out. Though, let me know if you want me to, like, knock you to last place, like, before you leave. Just to, like... Or you could, like, pull out and, like, put it back in or something if you wanted to be, like, 1000%. You can do whatever you want just to finagle this sort of thing, but also keep in mind, I'm gonna fucking forget. You know me. I'm gonna forget by the time it comes up. Sick. Sick. You can always, like, remove and re-add, basically. Wall jump. Was there seriously no checkpoint by... Wow, that really looked like a place where you would get a checkpoint. Do y'all think, just other people, right? Do y'all think we have seen the halfway point? Do you think that there is a checkpoint? The checkpoint got moved back. Only one more section to the checkpoint. Gotcha. Okay. Well, that's, you know, that's fine. Hey, this must be a long-ass level that needs, that many segments before a checkpoint. Maybe there's a good reason, like maybe there's a particular part that's like, you know, super goddamn hard, you know?
Oh no!
This may be another multi-stream level. Yeah, there's quite a few of those sometimes. Though I feel like most of them are just like one-offs. Like a lot of people, even if they do harder levels, they submit them once, and by the time of the next stream, it's like, hey, check out this other level though, which is fun. You know, I like that. I also don't mind the multi-stream thing, slowly getting better, etc., etc. You know, there is something to that. I'm just glad that, you know, it's not every level is like that, you know. If every level was like, oh geez, this one again, that would be overwhelming. Also, like, what the fuck would I do for the thumbnail every week? Oh crap, it's which one of these 3 levels gets the thumbnail this week? Any of them. This one. You know, it'd be wall jump, wall jump, wall jump. If the checkpoint was placed earlier, it would be annoying to get back to one part. Gotcha. Good to have easier and briefer levels mixed in. Yeah. I'll say, like, just apropos of nothing, the audience that I have attracted, and maybe also the rules that have attracted them to some degree. We get a lot of levels that aren't too hard. Traditional things, which, you know, sometimes I don't have much to say about. Honestly!
Oh no!
But, are still fun. How about a card? Did y'all hear Spaceballs 2? 2027? That's right. That's the big news this week. There's one piece of big news this week, even if you included all the not E3 business. The big piece of... Jesus. The big piece of news is that Spaceballs is back. And Mel Brooks is, you know, it seems like he's reprising his role as Yogurt, despite being literally 98 years old. Mel Brooks, who made Spaceballs like 30 fucking years ago. Hey, we got through with our power-up that time. That's... hasn't happened before. Mel Brooks is gonna be 100 when this thing comes up. Maybe 101. That's...
Oh no!
you know, that's wild. That's so fucking... how the fuck is he still alive and still, like, so cogent? Like, my god, I thought, you know, everyone by that point was supposed to have Biden brain or something. I guess some people in their hundreds are still, like, capable of, you know, being themselves and still saying some funny stuff. The trailer video that they put up to, like, promote this, to, like, get the word out, was pretty funny. Was pretty damn funny. I thought that was great. You know, he said, you know, we listened to the fans and decided to make this movie instead. Which was, you know, a funny thing to say. Mel Brooks is great. I love Spaceballs. You know, I never had that many DVDs. Like, I had Star Wars movies, all the Star Wars movies. Dang it. I had the Star Wars movies, I had some TV, I had Arrested Development, I maybe had, like, one other thing, and I had Spaceballs. Those were, like, the handful of DVDs that I owned when DVDs were something that you owned, and it wasn't a subscription service deal, you know, as a kid or whatever.
Oh no!
And, my god, I love Spaceballs. It's so funny, it's so good. You know, Dark Helmets. Dark Helmets. Barf. God, should I just... you know, we've been playing Conquer on the, on Tuesdays now. That's started up. Look for the Tuesday stream for Conquer, where we just got past, Great Mighty Pooh. That's where we're at with that right now. I have been, like, saying lines that I remember as they are about to come up. And I have been wondering as I've been playing that game, is that the best thing to do? Just say lines, random lines? And I could say random Spaceball lines. Like, you know, they're not in there. What are the best? You got your Mr. Coffee gimmick. That's very funny. Mr. Coffee, Mr. Radar. No, sir, we call that Mr. Coffee. Of course. I have coffee when I watch Radar. Everyone knows that. The bit where he uses the Schwartz on that guy's balls. We ain't found shit. And of course, probably most famously right now, you know, we'll be back. See you again in Spaceballs 2, The Search for More Money. That's, they gotta call it that. They gotta call it Spaceballs. Timer's up. 5 tries, let's go. They gotta call it Spaceballs, The Search for More Money. If they don't call it that, they're fucking up. They're fucking up bad. It's gotta be that. My god. Like with Banjo-Tooie before it. Like, when you come up with a gag name like that, you gotta stick to it and be like, yeah, no. We'll see you again in Banjo-Tooie. Yeah, here's the next game. It's called Banjo-Tooie. And I'll say, maybe should have considered making a 3E. Though I guess, you know, if like, Nuts and Bolts had been called 3E, people probably would be even more upset because it's not a traditional platformer. They shouldn't make a 3E. I don't care how long it's been, make a 3E. Or how unwieldy of a name that is. That's the joke! The joke that is that it's unwieldy. And, awkward. Like it's supposed to be. Anyway, I am excited about that. I love Spaceballs. And, I hit the back buttons there. Recap, last week we mapped the back buttons to the GL and GR to down. So if I use it while in midair, I will ground pound accidentally. I did the balloon for that one, the life for that one, right? It's fine. I think we're correct. Anyway, really excited for Spaceballs to The Search for More Money. I hope that it's as funny as the original Spaceballs, and that might be hoping for too much, you know. I'll say like Mel Brooks. I feel like I like Spaceballs, and I like what is the Western called? I like Spaceballs, and I like, what is that movie called? Help me out here, chat. Anyone in chat, just shout out. Last try, let's go. I like Spaceballs, and I like, God, what is that called? I love that other movie. Though I'm not crazy about the ending, like when it gets all entirely breaking the fourth wall. Gene Wilder, the sheriff is near. You know the one. No dang gammit. You know, that whole bit. The common clay. You know, the common clay of the New West. Hey, Skywalker, how you doing? We ran out of lives. Thank you for the level, Shock Pichu. What is that movie called? It's on the fucking tip of my tongue. Mel Brooks. Gene Wilder. Western. Come on. Y'all know someone here has seen it. I watched it like a year or two ago. It was still fucking one of the best movies, one of the best comedies there is. Though I don't care for the last part where it breaks the third wall and everything gets crazy. You know, I kind of wish it ended just playing us straight. All good here in Texas. How are you, sir? I am also in Texas, in Dallas-Fort Worth. Plano, specifically. How you doing? I'm doing all right. Let me hit dismiss, and we'll get up the next level. I am Forney. I'm not familiar with that town. There's a lot of cities in Texas, you know. But hey, very cool. It's always a good chance if someone says they're in Texas, they might be in DFW. It's a very big metroplex. It's like the biggest, you know, in the area. A good chance. Let's go ahead and dismiss that level. It was not beaten. Get the next one up by Killer. Killer just said F. Excellent. Good. Let me Google. Let's play chess. I'm gonna put in let's play chess. Let's play chess. That is from, okay, come on. Like, I'm looking for the quote, I'm not looking to play chess, Google. Let's play chess. Quote. Well, let's play chess. Screwing. I'll put in screwing. That'll make it disembogulate. Blazing Saddles! There we go. Blazing Saddles. That's the name of it. Yeah, I love Blazing Saddles. I love Spaceballs. Not that big on other Mel Brooks movies, so we'll see how Spaceballs 2 suits me when it comes out. It's a ways away, so you know we'll see when it comes. Nothing wrong with what I just said. That's not every time someone says the word come do you have to think about you know, gesturing wildly. Not that wild. It's kind of subdued gesturing. You know, the stuff. Anyway, looks like we got a ghost house. Let's do it. Timer on. Let's Boom Mystery Manor. Was this one that we played last week?
Oh no!
Background things can get you sometimes, you know. Hey, you started a dump series a while ago and I got anyone to play it? That's great. Go ahead and submit it if you feel good about that. Yeah, get it downloaded to get the code. Gotcha. 602049. 62049. How you doing? Keep in mind that there are people in the queue from Twitch side and about 5 miles each of Mesquite. Oh, I know basically where Mesquite is. That must be like a Euless-sized city then. One of those smaller ones, you know? Where it's like, yeah, it's one of them. You know, it's certainly one of them. Lived in Euless for a couple of years. That's by the airport. Like, decade ago. Like 5 years ago at this point. Moved back to Plano during the pandemic, which was very convenient. You know, not having to work in Arlington anymore. I could just work from home. And then I switched jobs and now I work in Plano. You know, life is funny. Except it's not that funny, it's just regular. Just regular as fuck!
Oh no!
Just regular in it. You'll only be putting in one level that's gonna take the entire time. I'll say, we will get to the lightning round eventually, by which like things will speed up, but hopefully we'll get through these 7 levels and you know, hopefully you're early enough to get in, you know, within the first round. That's my recommendation, by the way, for hard levels, which is like, yeah, get them in early. That's what the fuck? Oh, is there like a timer situation here? Weird.
Oh no!
Maybe we should do another room first. We don't have to bang the head. I'm open to like tips or whatever if you want to give. This one we definitely failed out of during the lightning round last week, I think. Thank you for the Twitch follow, Skywalker. Thank you. Whatever you feel is best, you know. It's not like we haven't played the same level stream in, stream out a bunch. Ouch! I'm hitting the back buttons. You know, we gotta set up the duck so I can do things like this, but, like, it can be a liability if you ground pound at the wrong time. This is something that I'm going to have to get used to because I'm pretty sure duck to duck, down to duck just makes sense. So, you know, we'll calibrate, we'll, get used to it. Imagine if you put left or right on the bottom buttons and then you could, like, run left and right by doing buttons. That sounds so weird. Because it is so weird. It's a weird thing to do. I don't know that I would recommend it that way. Ugh. Okay. What is this? Some sort of on-off race here. Oh, that's... so you can go back into the pipe? Do we want to go back into the pipe? I'm not sure. Okay, the timing does not reset after you, if you, like, reset it. Sure, seems like... Let's collect these coins and then do the P race again. This time we'll go into the door. Wah. I'll say I do feel tired today. You know, I feel like I haven't slept great recently. But it's not really an eye thing, you know, so much as it is just general sleeplessness. General, like, oh, my eyes are all heavy and sleepy. And we're just gonna have to trust in the adrenaline you get from doing a stream to carry us through the night. Also, all the things that I want to discuss, which, you know, includes things and stuff. I want to discuss some... I want to discuss some things and some stuff with y'all. I hope y'all are open to it. I bet y'all are. Y'all like to listen. Y'all like to hang out. And I say y'all, I'm just gesturing at all of y'all. Like, generally. Mileage may vary. I hit it on off. What does that do for me? I don't know. Some sort of P race here. We're back at the start. Oh. We unlocked a pipe? What if this was just the end right here? We haven't gotten a checkpoint yet. I wonder if this level would make sense with a checkpoint. I feel like... even better, it's the end. Hello, GeoIndie. It wasn't the end. It was the end, indeed. Thank you, Killer. Ooh, that one was... hell of a maze. We didn't see, like, a good chunk of the level. But, like, that's all fine and good and dandy and all that. That's, I'm happy. Let me go ahead and hit complete and pull up the next level. That would have been a good place for a checkpoint if the level were to have gone on, or if there would be another level of, like, another layer of puzzles, for instance, but I'm pleased. I'm satisfied. Are you okay with puzzle levels? So. I'll you know, just submit whatever you want is my general guidance. Though keep in mind that the lightning round will be coming in, let's say, I don't think tonight will be the longest stream in the world. Let's say an hour from now. I'm gonna set a timer for 1 hour. Around 7:30, we'll do it. Oh, Rock Party is up, and Rock Party says Piper's excellent. So yeah, just know that we will be going to the lightning round in an hour, at which point we'll be doing a tries-based thing rather than a time-based thing. You'll see it. It will make sense. You'll submit the prologue for your Luigi's Mansion Mario Maker 2 series. Interesting. Okay, let's see it then. Hey, here's another card. So I finished Deltarune Chapters 3 and 4 since the Tuesday stream earlier this week. I just, like, literally after the Tuesday stream, like, that night, I was like, oh man, I want to check this shit out right now. So, like, at 1 a.m. or some shit, I started up Chapter 3, got through that by, you know, real fucking early in the morning. And then got a few hours of sleep, and you know what I'm realizing? That's why I'm sleepy, is that I did 2 whole chapters of Deltarune, and just let them eat into multiple nights of sleep. The first one, and then the next night, I did Chapter 4, which was also extremely good, and, you know, had a lot going on. I had a lot going for it. They're 2 very fun, you know, dark world scenarios with some amazing characters, some really solid writing, amazing bits, amazing gimmicks, and also some just, oh my, jeez, oh, fuck, Some amazing, like, the secret boss of Chapter 4 is fun. Some amazing, just, like, business. You know, I'll say, like, if you do not know Deltarune, if you don't know Undertale either, like, my god, man, those are 2 games that y'all should check out. They're like, you know, Earthbound-style RPGs, yes, but they're like, but they're also, like, immaculately paced, especially the Deltarune chapters. Like, each of those is just, like, a self-contained, like, 2 to 9 hour experience, maybe like 6 hours at longest. Just like a self-contained little adventure that has amazing pacing, and also just the basics of Undertale / Deltarune, of marrying like a dodge system, you know, like a Paper Mario or like a Mario and Luigi, with like a bullet hell WarioWare type gimmick, where it's like every battle is a puzzle that you have to figure out how to get through peacefully, and also sometimes, like, all attacks to dodge is like a little bullet hell situation. My god, man, that's just inspired and never ceases to amaze me. I feel like people who aren't even into RPGs would enjoy Deltarune and Undertale, you know, even if, you know, the fandom sort of puts them off. Who is the secret boss in... Yeah, the secret boss in Chapter 4. Yeah, I saw the secret boss, you know, come to think of it, I saw the secret boss of Chapter 3, that being just... I shouldn't say, you know, that being like just something that's hard to not... It's not much of a secret, per se, in Chapter 3, if you catch my drift. But Chapter 4... I don't know that... I've been watching some theory videos and all that, you know, analysis and things of that nature, and I don't think I can remember. What was the... Give me a hint for what the secret boss was. Don't say it. Yeah, that's just a good call in general. It's spoiler season. You know, if people are getting through those 2 games and they're on green. Oh, yeah, I did see some stuff about that. I didn't see how you did it, but I did see some footage from it. Some incredible twists and turns in that, and just really fleshing things out further. Reveals, super good reveals, and suffice to say, like, Deltarune Chapter 2 was like my game of the year like a couple years ago, which I kind of, in retrospect, thought back and go like, ah, god damn it, that was just one of 7 chapters. How can it be number 1? It shouldn't be number 1. Metroid Prime or Dread should be number 1 in retrospect, but I gotta respect the decision because I still do think Chapter 2 was the best chapter so far, and also it was like such a step up over Chapter 1, which was already like just on the level of Undertale, that like, oh my god, man, that like it really blew my socks off. The thing about this one is just that there's like twice as much content this time, so it's like a lot more to bite into and a lot more to like chew on, which I really appreciate the hell out of. And also I wonder like, oh my man, how does this count for Game of the Year purposes? There's gonna be more chapters in the coming years, so like, should it be like, when the whole thing is completed, that it's qualified for Game of the Year? Again? It does, like, Deltarune Chapter 2 being a Game of the Year, for me already, like, disqualify it from future Game of the Years? Or, what the hell? Hey, Fawai Ball Farak. Seychelles. I don't know where those are. The Seychelles. Like an island chain? How you doing? I had a hell of an amazing time. Yeah, an island chain. Cool, cool. Hell of an amazing time with the thing. Nominate each chapter individually. To be clear, like, if I did put it on the list, it would be like 3 plus 4. I wouldn't put 3 and then 4. Southern Indian Ocean? What time is it over there? Oh, I guess probably like morning? That's not bad. You have the best flag? We have some pretty good flags here in America, especially in the Texas area. Like, I mean, Texas flag is pretty goated as far as state flags go. Anyway, Deltarune Chapter 3 plus 4. If you haven't gotten into it, I feel like you should do. Like, I sometimes talk about it's 3 a.m. Dang, okay, that's not a good time to be. It counts as at least 1 chapter is released. Yeah, that's fair, that's fair. I'll say, like, I sometimes talk about some certain people from, like, Giant Bomb, such as Dan Reichert, streamer I really like. And I'm you know, part of his community, you know, his Discord and all, hang out there a bunch, you know, on Discord and all that. And I'll say, like, I feel like Dan, even though it's a very talky game, a very RPG, I feel like Dan would enjoy Deltarune and Undertale. The fucking WarioWare-ness of it. You know, I feel like, one, you know, it's a well-paced game that doesn't outstay its welcome. And 2, the fact that battling is done through the form of WarioWare is just like, oh man, if you like WarioWare, I gotta say, Undertale and Deltarune are just, just... Some parts of, like, 3 and 4 especially are so WarioWare, it's just amazing. Like, Toby Fox, 1, does an amazing job with the story and the writing and all that, but 2, just, like, gameplay-wise, always knocks it out of the damn park. I think basically everyone would agree. Is there a soul alive who just bounced off Undertale, bounced off Deltarune? Deltarune 1 and 2 are free also, so, you know, you can literally do, like, 12 hours of... Fuck, that was really close. You can literally do like 12 hours of the game. Maybe more like 5. Maybe more like 6. You can literally do like 6 to 8 hours just without paying a dime, so, you know. I mean, it is interesting, the idea of going into Deltarune without first playing, Undertale. You know, I would say that maybe start with Undertale, you know, it's a full game with a complete narrative, and, you know, it's been a while since I replayed Undertale. Remind me tomorrow. Put Undertale on the short list of games to replay on stream. That sounds like a good idea. And you know what I'll say, like, when Deltarune is fully completed, let's pencil in a full Deltarune playthrough, like for 2028 or whenever Chapter 7 is out. Full Deltarune replay, Delta 2028 on stream. And I guess maybe we'll do like 7 streams. God, that's gonna be so torturous if, like, how are we gonna do that? First off, I am assuming that I will not have played 6 or maybe 7 at that point. Or are we just gonna have like 6 weeks of like, okay, here's chapter 1, here's chapter 2, you know, on Tuesday or something? Or is it just gonna be like, okay, well, we gotta do like 5, we gotta do like 3 streams a week here. I can't spend a month waiting to get into Deltarune Chapter 7. I die. I don't know. That's a problem for like 5 years from now, you know. Or maybe less, we'll see. Hello, Eastom. New York time? I'm guessing what NYT stands for. New York Times, wouldn't it be? Or is that an M? I think that's an N next to YT. How you doing? Lot of possibility for the future, I'll say. Who knows what the channel will be like that far into the future. Do you want to try my level? Absolutely. Go ahead and submit it. That's fine and good. Yeah. Oh, new YouTube maybe. Ah, there you go. It's a YouTube person on the YouTube side, so that would make sense. Yeah, submit away, Eastom. You can add to the queue, but you'll have to wait a bit. That's right, yeah. Look at the number in the lower right-hand corner, which has always been there. Look at it. It indicates how long the line is tonight. You know. I'll say, though, the lightning round will speed things up once we get there. Around, 7... Let's say around 7:45. We'll say around 7:40, 7:45. Probably is when that'll start. Any other thoughts about Chapter 3 and Chapter 4? It's hard to talk about them without spoiling. I'll say, like, I went in... Like, most all people, I went in blind. Wait, can I recover this? No, you can't get up there. How does the lightning round work? Ah, that's a good question. The lightning round is a time of the stream where, when your level comes up, instead of 12 minutes to beat the level, we will instead have 5 to 7 tries based on a number of factors, which we'll discuss when that comes up. 5 to 7 tries refreshing at checkpoints. So things will start moving a lot faster. We'll have some fun stakes with every level to, you know, chew on. And also some levels will be near impossible, you know. What are you gonna do? And, you know, the same rules with the thing. That may be 2 minutes. Well, I'll say let's, we try to get to as many levels as we can outside the lightning round, but, you know, with the rules that they are, people have more time, and that means that fewer levels get through. But, we'll see what happens. We'll see how many we can get to. My recommendation is be prompt. You know, I start the stream at 6 p.m. Central Time. you know, be like waiting for it. And that's like the key to getting in. I saw like 4 or 5 levels get submitted like as soon as I hit live today. Y'all were pretty on the ball. And people tend to be pretty on the ball. As far as these things go. Add random challenge levels. Yeah, that's fun. Do whatever you want. Do whatever you think would be fun. Yeah, and you can always change it out if the lightning round starts and you're like, oh, this is no longer suited. I don't want to see this one. I want to see another one. Or you can just, you know, do whatever you want. Excellent, East. YT. Thank you. Add it to the queue. And, you know, wait patiently or whatever. Yeah, you have to add it. Alright, you're gonna change to a challenge level. Excellent. I add troll level. Gotcha, 620. That's fun. Troll levels are fun. And, good to try to, like, figure out, like, how to best use our lives during that and all. I'll also say, by the way, there are 2 things that subscribers have access to. There are 2 things that subscribers have access to. Wait, did I add something? Not yet. Timer's up. It does sound like a great idea to have fun with. Oh yeah, it's super fun. I'll say there's 2 subscriber perks that tie into all this. First off, you can have an express pass once a stream that lets you skip the line once, but I only have 3 lives to beat the level in that case, regardless of what round it is. And there's also an instant refresh, which you can have instead of the express pass if you feel like, which will refresh our lives up to full at any point during your level or another person's level, whatever's cool. I will say I have been thinking about maybe it'd be fun to make it so that, you know, maybe those should be separate things. One thing that I've been considering is that, like, oh, what if they, or either them being separate things, or you get an instant refresh, but to give to someone else, right? Like a express pass for a buddy, you know, for someone else's level and only someone else's level. I feel like that would be a fun thing to do. Okay, if we run out, I will refresh. Though if we don't, let me know when you want. I say that we're definitely going to die 5 more times. We have not beaten this level yet over the course of several months. So you're right to trigger that. We'll use it as soon as the inevitable comes. Fucking hell, that was so close to this checkpoint. You gotta use not count that one, hang on. Eastom, you gotta use add. Look at the pinned message, or here you go. Actually, right there, there's a message for you. Not count that one, I was looking at chat. Let's go, let's do it. How premature? Can we get to the checkpoint in these next 2 tries? I think we can. I'm beginning to have doubts. Beginning to have some doubts. But also, I have faith. Fuck! Okay, yeah, there's the instant refresh. Here it comes. And let me randomize that 7th head. Oopsie daisy. Yellow Toad. Yellow Toad is the head. Goodbye, Yellow Toad. Number 1. I will miss you. knew. Once you hit the pipe and lose your momentum, you know it's done. I'll say if we refresh our lives, we'll refresh up to 7 when we hit the checkpoint. If we hit the checkpoint. I don't know that's come up yet with an instant refresh, what happens in the event of a checkpoint, but I'll say, like, I think this updates the last tries to be worth 7, so let's just go with that. Fuck! Let's go ahead and replace now. Gotcha. Do whatever you want. Yeah. You can always unreplace if you're about to come up and the lightning round hasn't started yet. You know, up to you. Exclamation point add to submit a level. There we go. Refresh those tries. And let's do this bit, which we have been clocking recently. We've started to figure out how to do it. There you go. Everyone's figuring it out. Good. Okay. Happy to see that. Makes it easy for me. I say, not this level, just queue management in general. This level is difficult, but you wouldn't know it by how well things are going. Maybe you would know it. It's kind of obvious. That's right, like add and then the level code, exactly like that. Okay. There's no tight timer here, so we can kind of... If we need a breather, we can take it, so long as there's like a point at which things are not moving. From now on, you'll add random challenging levels of yours. Gotcha. Whatever you want to do is cool. And hey, you know, you got a level that doesn't fit the lightning round, get in early. 6 p.m. Central, tune in. Be ready for it. And, you know, you'll get to be one of the first. You can even submit sometimes a little before the stream starts, except on YouTube where that's not possible. I'm like... Close. We've gotten past that part before, but it's still pretty difficult. We will be ready when it comes up. Keep in mind, to get the full amount of heads, the full amount of tries, you will need to be present as well. But that's no problem. That's expected, you know. I will play the level even if you're not here, but it'll be a less... Yeah! Okay! Fuck! That's as far as we've gotten so far. I don't know how long we have to linger to get that platform to be above the spikes, but... It's difficult. Very difficult. Good refresh use. I think, you got some mileage out of that. Rock Party. 11. Okay. We didn't beat it. Thank you for the level. I'm gonna hit, thing. It'll have you leaping through many different scenarios. One moment you're in a castle, another you're dodging flames on twisters. Cool. Sounds like a WarioWare type, deal. I like WarioWare. People should make more games that are like WarioWare. Why don't they? Was 06 Eyes level next? I feel like I accidentally tapped something. And I might have removed a level. Let me check something real fast. Just scroll back and check the order. Rock Party was followed by 06i. Okay, good. Okay, we're not missing any. Okay, good. Just wanted to double check. Thank you for the follow, Volcano Joe Banks, by the way. Thank you, thank you, thank you. They're highly lore-filled? What? I didn't know that viewer levels could have lore. That's interesting. And also, it ties into my next card. Hey, how about lore, themes, fan theories, and stuff? This is a continuation of the last topic of Deltarune. Because, you know, after I finished Chapter 3 and 4, I went and watched a whole bunch of YouTube about, like, various fan theories and stuff. You know, either ones from before Chapter 3 and 4 hits, which was kind of interesting to see, like, okay, how well have they aged? And some of them have actually aged, like, surprisingly well. Compelling are they, etc., etc., which is really interesting. Though that said, I do feel like watching a lot of fan theory stuff, I feel like the focus sometimes is on, you know, people get so fixated on the lore, they forget about the themes, you know what I mean? Like, they neglect the part, like, okay, but what does it mean? You know, it's more stuff like, okay, so I think the secret villain is this person, you know? And it's like, okay, that's cool, but what would that mean, like, narratively, if it was that person? How does it relate to the central themes of Deltarune? You know, there's a lot more fixation on, like, there is a secret man, and his name is Wingdings. You know, that's like what, you know, as you're like wading into this scene, you're you know, from having played the games and loved the games, Deltarune, Undertale, all of it, is like, what the fuck is this? There's a guy named Wingdings that you found by data mining the code of Undertale like 10 years ago, and you think that there's like hints to him everywhere? Okay, well, maybe, but I feel like if you were a casual reader, you know, eventually that's gonna have to get introduced in a way that, like, makes sense, and you don't need to, like, delve that deep to, like, figure that out and, like, know that that's gonna happen, but that's cool. That's cool. I think it's cool that his name is Wingdings. Technically, it's W.D. Gaster, and people just call him Gaster. But, like, one of the earlier places where, you know, people, like, hacked in his dialogue, it was using the font Wingdings. And, you know, the skeleton characters Sans and Papyrus are both named after fonts. So the speculation is, like, oh, he's probably a skeleton named Wingdings because he used Wingdings once. And also, he's the narrator of Deltarune, I guess. I feel like you can make this a lot more approachable, lore people, if instead of calling him, like, oh, what's Gaster up to, just call him the narrator. And that, like, clears up, like, oh yeah, the narrator at the start of the game. And when you finish the new chapters, you know, that, the, like, has some sign-off, some, like, okay, come back in a couple years, you know? And says it kind of spooky style. Like, okay, yeah, that narrator does seem to have a personality. You know, the part at the very start of Deltarune with the character's creation bit. You know, that whole chestnut. That was very flavorful. And, like, yeah, I can believe that the narrator has... You know, might be an unreliable narrator, might have something to say about the theme of, you know... And let me say, I have managed to find some YouTube videos out there where there is substance to what they're saying. You know, they are saying things like, okay, well, you know, the theme of Deltarune is your choices don't matter. And what does it mean that, like, oh, you know, they introduced this weird alternate route? What does it mean when, what does it mean, like, to that theme? Is that another alert? Oh, a YouTube alert, maybe. Okay, sorry, I didn't catch that. YouTube alerts go by so fast. Thank you, thank you. What does it mean that, like... What does it mean that... Where do you see those? Like, can I open the app or something? And see, like, maybe under community or something? I don't know. Thank you for the YouTube subscription. If that's what that was, I should be more on the ball about that. Yeah, that's fucking sick. Fucking what am I doing? I need to pick that one or the next one. I think that's really interesting. I will say I found some ones that are really interesting dissections of, like, the themes that Toby Fox is playing with, you know, choices not mattering, but there are alternate routes, so what does that imply? You know, does that... You know, clearly there's some stuff in Chapter 4 especially that very much deals with, like, okay, the ending is fixed in place. You know, that, like, very clearly addresses that and the theme of your choices not mattering. And I guess the question is, you know, if there's a question... What did I misspell? Oh, 6, not 9. If there's a question to ask, I'd say, like... Do your choices not mattering to, like, the overall ending, to, like, the experience, mean that they didn't matter at all? Is not the experience richer for having made the choices that you make? You know, if they don't have consequence, does that mean that they aren't interesting, that they aren't worth making, that they aren't compelling, in a word? I think your choices don't matter, but they do have consequence. That's an interesting thing. There's some interesting things with, like, the dark routes also. You know, that's part of why I wanted to, like, dive into the YouTube stuff, is, like, you know, I didn't do the alternate route in Chapter 2, and I will not do the alternate route in Chapter 2, just like I never did genocide back in Undertale. You know, I would never. No fucking way, like... I could not. I love those characters too much to do them dirty, you know. But like, it is fascinating, like, how much extra material, like, flavor, context, meaning that the alternate routes lend to the main route. Like, the fact that you can just be a murderous, horrible person in Undertale really makes the peaceful route, what's the word for that? Makes the regular route that much more compelling. You know what I mean? Makes it that much more, whoopsie daisy, I meant to hit the timer. You're good, 06i, you're good. Wrong hotkey there. Makes that route so much more, the fact that you had to opt into it. And similarly, I do think that the pacifist route, that's right, that's the word for it. Oh, this is like upside down in the alternate world. That's very cool. This is a dark world, light world, just like Deltarune, kinda. Actually, like Deltarune in more ways than one. Especially I should say no more. But, you know, if you played Chapter 3 or 4, you might be nodding and going like, yeah, I can see... other side, you know, there's like, this is like the other side of the level, yes. Literally the other side of the level, in fact. Ah, damn it! Literally the other side of the level. Interesting. Everything sort of flipped on its head, how about that? That's fun. That was a really good bit. Without being specific. I've never done the optional bosses in, Chapter 1 or 2. I'll say, if, like, eventually we do, you know, do a full playthrough on stream, like, when Deltarune is all done, we should probably do the secret bosses as well, which might be difficult with some of them. I guess I should not guarantee, like, I'll be able to do them all in one, you know? That sounds like it might be difficult. Also, don't you have to, like, do really well, like, just to unlock certain things? And that might involve, like, you know, replaying whole sections of Chapter 3 in particular? I'm not clear on that. That's a problem for, like, 3 years from now, I'll say. Yeah, I'll do it when I do it on stream in 2027. Would y'all tune in for that? Undertale or Deltarune in its entirety. Gotta do Undertale in its entirety. That'll be the peaceful route because I'm not a monster. Would I do the genocide route for some ungodly amount of subs? God, that's something I don't want to say because like just putting that on the table feels gross to me. But let's think about that in whenever eventually I do Undertale on stream, which probably won't be soon. We got other stuff to do before then. I got plans lined up for like probably like the next year, honestly, for like Tuesday streams, things of that nature. Pacifist route is so good. I'd like to do Deltarune, I'd like to do Chrono Trigger at some point. There's some games I'd like to do on stream other than Rareware games, I'll say, but, you know, we're in the middle of a different effort currently, so just gonna focus on that. I love Undertale. I love Deltarune. You know, I will not get into spoilers just because, you know, as good as all those videos are that do get into spoilers and like analyze, like, okay, this is what could happen. This is why I think this is a red herring. I think if you want to know like vaguely without you're excited for lightning round, oh yeah, it's a good time. That's why they're always marked in the VOD with a timestamp because, you know, you might want to skip directly to it. I'll say, as far as the big theories that yeah, this is a cool type of level. As far as the big theories go, okay, let me just. There's a Roaring Knight thing, right? There's the Roaring Knight, and people have two main ideas of who it might be. One who seems like too obvious, and one that is like, you know, less obvious but still pretty obvious. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna be, you know, specific here, but one is the person that they're wanting you to think it is, and the other is like, ooh, the one that the community has latched onto. My bet is people are overthinking it. My bet is that it's the one that people suspect, that you're supposed to suspect. And the other character is like, it's like a, God, there was, Unaware Altier had a character situation that is actually just like, very similar to, what I'm proposing earlier this week. This isn't a idea out of left field, but I think that, oh, I see, we need to go to the, we need to flip it over and then go to the side, and not fall. That's the thing here. Flip it over and then go that way. It's hard to, this way. There we go. It's hard to point to the right side. God damn it! And also hard to jump. I think I think the Roaring Knight is a Lightner who has appeared physically, and I think there's a situation with another character for whom is the motivation for all this, and that's a pretty classic, you know, story trope, so it's not out of whack, it's not out of line, and I think that that seems pretty plausible. That's my theory, and I'll say, like, for as obvious as YouTubers were saying it was, I was not thinking for an instant when character appeared that, like, oh, they're the person on the phone. I was not making the connections when I was seeing it live. I was just thinking, oh, that's funny. You know, no one showed up. Other than, you know, people who would make sense to show up. Oh, wait, maybe that means... I see. Maybe that means a thing. Didn't think about it. You know, just didn't occur to me, honestly, until I started watching the YouTube videos where they're like, oh, it's so obvious. It's so obvious. It's like, yeah, that character has sort of a, you know, a yellow diamond quite type quality to yellow diamond type quality. Like, yeah, for sure there's something going on there. I just don't know what. I'm feeling like I'm being too specific, but also, like, you know, I do feel, you know, there's something weird to be said about, like, whether spoilers ruin a story. You know, there's something I've heard that they've done studies or whatever that show, like, oh, people who have been exposed to spoilers, like, actually end up enjoying the thing more, which is weird. And also, I don't know if I believe that 100%, so, you know, let me say, I've been dancing around, and hopefully all who have played it are like, haha, yeah, I get it, I get what you're laying down. I understand the theories, and those who haven't finished yet are like, okay, I'm still in the dark here. Ah, Dark World, that's a thing. I wonder if the secret man will appear eventually, or if it'll just be like, oh, the narrator is the narrator, and, you know, maybe in, like, the third game that Toby Fox makes in his life, maybe in the third game is when you'll see, am I backtracking all horrible? Yes, I am. This can't be right. Is this wrong? I think, yeah. Maybe in the third game that Toby Fox makes is like, maybe that'll be time for Gaster. Springtime for Gaster. Thinking about Mel Brooks again. Springtime for Hitler. That's like the producers, right? Is that Mel Brooks? I don't know. I've not seen that, but I find the idea of springtime for Hitler to be incredibly funny. It's like in the worst possible taste, and that's just hilarious. Okay, good. Okay, this pipe is where you need to go. Okay, I wasn't sure. What a dumb thing. Or is that is that like, what movie is that from? Springtime for Hitler. Is that Mel Brooks? Springtime for Hitler? Yeah, it's a song by Mel Brooks, yeah, from The Producers. Should I watch The Producers? 1967, damn, that's, so much time has passed. God damn, like, you gotta realize that was like 20 years after Hitler died. That was like 20 years after Hitler died, and they're doing a musical about Hitler as a joke for, like, what's the worst possible thing you could think of. Like, yeah, that's pretty fucking bad. My God, Mel Brooks. Soon. To quote Mel Brooks again. When will then become now? I love Spaceballs. Not to bring it back around to Spaceballs, but I love Spaceballs. Spaceballs is so good. Spaceballs and Undertale. That's the two things we're discussing tonight, folks. No, don't worry, there's other stuff coming up. In the list of things to discuss. GG's indeed. Let me pull up this and hit complete. Pull back up the thing. Chard is up next. Go ahead and confirm, Chard. You know what to do. Little info, this is your first level. I'm sorry. Well, we'll find out what that means eventually, Oz. Keep in mind, there's a lot of people in queue, so it will be a bit. The lightning round is coming up soon, so the pace will increase heavily. Theories are really interesting. Fan theories are interesting. Though I do think it is... Chard's on the YouTube side, GeoIndy. Chard's on the YouTube side. Don't worry about it. YouTube chat. There's a YouTube chat and a Twitch chat, and they're never the two shall meet. You know, whenever Twitch lets us put a chat bot that shares chat messages from one to the other, at that point the chats will meet. But until then, shit out of luck. Sadly. Fan theories are great, though. Like, if you want to really help to figure out like how things will unfold, think about themes. Think about what it means that your choices don't matter. Try to think like how, you know, and that's what I'm trying to think, right? If I'm trying to think of that, like, what does your choices don't matter mean to the Roaring Knight? What does your choices don't matter mean to Wingdings, you know? What is your choices not mattering? What does that mean to Susie and the prophecy situation? Like, what does that mean? What does the bunker mean if we can't change when we get into it? You know, and in some degree predetermined. You know, what are we doing here? What are we saying? What is Toby Fox trying to say? Other than there's a secret man and his name is Wingdings. Springtime for Gaster. Okay, let's hit what was I doing? Chard's up next. Chard has confirmed. I got another card here. Deltarune Chapter 5 has been confirmed for 2026, which, hell fucking yeah, it was like, what, a 4 or 5 year gap? Was Chapter 2 pre-pandemic? What was Chapter 2 of Deltarune? When was Metroid Dread? It was the same year as Metroid Dread. Was that 2021? Metroid Dread came out in 2021. Okay, yeah, so it's been 4 years, yeah. But this time for the next chapter, 1 year wait. I really would hope, really hoping for like 5 and 7 to be like hot on the heels of that, you know, either like 2026, 2027, you know, or sooner, but I will note that, like, the original plan was to do 3, 4, and 5, which I found out after seeing the teaser for it next year, so it makes sense it's just a little bit behind those other two. But I'm really excited. I replayed the whole thing this time. I reckon, you know, I'll just leave as is for next time. It's kind of a lot to replay at this point. Kind of a lot to replay, 4 whole chapters. But you know, I'm looking forward to that. I hope it's early 2026. I hope it's like February or something. That would be amazing and really help to get some closure on some of these plot arcs that are going on. Like, it really does leave you in a... trying to think right now. What the fucking... I feel like I've forgotten the cliffhanger at the end of part of chapter 4. Was there a big cliffhanger? I'm actually not remembering. I know that the next chapter is going to... There's some interesting things in play for the next chapter. Oh, I remember something happened. It wasn't that dissimilar to previous things that happened, if I recall, actually. There was some hints and stuff around the way that it ended. But, you know, most important thing is that you know, like, what's going to happen on the next day, and then you can sort of infer, like, okay, the Dark World will probably be related to that. And there's also other hints towards that as well that have been in the thing so far. That's exciting. That's just exciting. I hope to see more characters get involved. I hope to see, like, you know, some conclusion. I hope it ends in a more satisfying place, you know. I keep playing the game and going like, oh man, this is so good. But also I know it's not gonna finish, so I feel a ways about that, you know what I mean? I feel conflicted about that. I feel like, I'm gonna get to the end and I'm just gonna have blue balls for the next, you know, 2-3 years. But not this time. Only 1 year of dissatisfaction. This is like a slightly mixed up 1-1. Like 1-1, but all the details are uncanny. Interesting. Keep in mind, Oz, you can only have one level in at a time, so that second one did not take. Only the first one took. Only the first one is in there. And, you know, when your level comes up and gets played, you can put in another one, which of course goes at the end of the queue. Such is only fair to everyone else who also waits in the queue. Is from Mario vs. Luigi. Form of New Super Mario Bros. DS. Interesting. Okay. Right, yeah, I think you were saying something like that a little earlier. Didn't see the clear cut or description. Coins! I need coins! You're right, I did not see that.
Oh no!
So let's die and start over again. I am sometimes pretty unobservant. Excuse me. Let's be meticulous. I'm not sure, like, if there's... You know, if any of these will, like, take us... somewhere where we can't get back. But I guess let's explore and see what happens. We need a lot of coins. Should know all the hidden coins in Mario PvP. I don't think I've ever played Mario PvP. And what was that? Deluxe, was it? I always was curious about Deluxe, the mode where you played I think that's a different game than what you were saying. This is new DS specifically. But Deluxe had that versus mode as well, which seemed really weird. And I never, you know, how many people do you think really played Deluxe and played it that way? I betcha, you know, you need like 2 copies and a link cable and 2 people with 2 Game Boys. Like, that seems not entirely viable. I bet you more people read about it in Nintendo Power than experienced it in real life. What do you think? Is that a wild thing to say? Like, I don't know. Probably not that many people had Nintendo Power versus just played games casually, but you need to be, like, pretty plugged in to know about the 2-player mode to have enough copies of the game to make it work. I don't know. I feel like that's really niche. Had Mario vs. Luigi minigames. It's neat. Probably debatable. Mario vs. good old Luigi. That's right, that is... Oh, hey, there's a bunch in there. That is the, what I was saying, what I was talking about. Oh boy, there's another one. We don't need that many more. Just 10 more. There are people yelling outside, kids. They seem to do that all the fucking time. I wish they would not. There's not much to say about that, really, other than, like, ugh. This is nothing. This area is, nothing's there. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, wait a minute. This could be it. Yes. 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 Yes! There we go. We have got this. Let's go ahead and go finish her off. Hopefully not like, no, we're not gonna die. This pipe leads back to basically where we need to be. And, now we can go... Wait, no. That door leads where we need to go. We have 100 seconds, folks. Careful not to jump into a pit. Or otherwise die. There we go. Done deal.
Oh yeah, Mario time.
It is around 7:30. I think after... Let's do one more level and then start the lightning round. How does that sound? One more level, then the lightning round? That sounds like a plan to me. Let me go ahead and hit complete. And I'll bring up the next, who is going to be Ness. Go ahead and confirm. Go ahead and confirm. Ness. Whenever, if not, it'll be sudden death, which will be not that different from lightning round, of course. You just moved from Lunar Magic to Mario Maker 2. Oh, that's fascinating. So I guess you have like a lot of experience making levels then, with tools that are like more like clunky, but also more powerful. That's curious. Curious to know what you make of these tools. One more card before the lightning round. Ness, do confirm. I'm gonna give Ness a minute to think about saying something. In the meantime, I got new socks! This is the last card outside the lightning round. It's about socks. I decided to try a slightly different kind of sock from Gold Toe, considering that the socks that I have been using forever have been falling apart at a precipitous rate, sometimes with like 2 or 3 socks in one day, turning out to have holes. I think I have like a dozen pairs of those left, if that. Which I put into a box, and I ordered like 30 pairs of a different kind of sock. I ordered like I went and ordered 30 pairs of the Gold Toe Harrington sock, which is a comfy sock that's plush and stuff and comes in a variety of colors, or 30 of all different colors from blue to like multicolored to brown and dark ones, light ones, etc. And got them, but also got some ones I didn't order. That's right, I actually got 36 pairs of socks. I got 6 pairs of free socks, a $20 value from Amazon, without paying for them. I don't know what to do with them. They're in the same color as some other socks that I got. So, like, I guess I could have, like, double of these particular colors, or I don't know. Pretty cool, though. Free socks! How about that? It's always nice to get free stuff. What the fuck? I'll also say, I did receive something else that I thought was, like, free, and I was confused about today. Like, a week ago, I got this shirt, right, from Fangamer that has the Kongs with surfing on surfboards, which is pretty cool and all. That's right, it was free. And I got another copy of the shirt, and I was wondering, like, what? And then I looked close and then realized, like, oh, the Kongs were pink. And I guess they must have thought, like, oh, fuck, that was a mistake. They were supposed to be brown. Which, I'll say when I did see, it was pink in the thumbnails that they did beforehand when I bought it. So, like, I expected it to be pink. It is, like, the contrast between the pink and the flesh color is a little bit less obvious than it looks. Like, it's kind of hard to tell where the fur begins and where the face starts, whereas much more clear on the brown version, which, yeah, that probably was the right call. I kind of just thought it was artistic choice the first time when it was pink, but, you know, I'm not sure which one I like more. I mean, pink Donkey Kong, that's like a thing. And, you know, like, Donkey Kong Jr. Math had pink Donkey Kong Jr. There was a whole thing of, like, pink Donkey Kong is in Smash Brothers. Like, that is a color that I like in Smash Brothers 2, so I'm not opposed to it, but it does just look more natural in the brown, doesn't it? So, free second shirt, sure, why not? Free! Free! Free socks! Anyway, I don't see Yone, so let's go ahead and I'm gonna become small again, and we're gonna get up sudden death. Can we do the thunder round because thunder comes after lightning? You know, I've never heard of a thunder round. A lightning round is a common notion in, like, game shows and things of the sort. It is a common notion, right? It's just a common thing in, the parlance. People do lightning rounds. That's like a thing. I didn't make it up. I hope that, like, you know, whoever does, like, Price is Right or whatever came up with it originally. That was like the 60s, right? It's cool to just do whatever. And of course, you know, I say that while my heads are Mario heads over there. My UI is based on Mario Maker. I have a lot of stuff that uses fonts from the literal games. It's all cool. No one cares. I'm sure Miyamoto would be cool with whatever. Let's do this. Oh, it wasn't a... It was a Cars reference? Oh, okay. I haven't seen that movie in a while now. I mean, I liked it. I liked the first Cars when I saw it. Just, haven't seen it in probably, 5 to 10 years. I have a nephew now, so, like, you know, eventually, like, whenever he's, like, having dinner, I suppose instead of watching, like, Severance on the TV, you know, me and my, I'm confused. What are we looking for? Like... a little confused here. This is, some sort of, puzzle level. Hopefully finding the right way as a matter of chance. Whenever nephew is, like, old enough to give a shit about stuff and want to watch things, I imagine he might, you know, make us watch kid stuff at, like, Christmas or Thanksgiving and stuff. I'll say, like, we all live very close together. We have dinner often enough. The family, you know, I go there every week. Some weeks notwithstanding, but, you know, often enough. And I'm sure I'll see nephew a good deal. And, you know, they babysit. The parents do babysit their grandchildren. Their grandchild will be grand. My understanding is that the plan is... God damn it. The plan is for grandchildren. Not, you know, not me, but... not from me, but, like, my sister is, interested in going further. This seems like... okay, that's wrong. Not into the pits. You never said you were good at lunar magic. Did more sprite stuff. Ah, gotcha. I messed around with lunar magic a bunch as a kid, but only got as far as making the map screen, which I found very fun. Kinda didn't believe that I could make Mario at that point in my life, but I showed myself with Mario Maker. Like, I've done tons of Mario Maker, and it turns out, like, it was not beyond me. Not in the least. Not at all. And, that feels good. Where the hell am I going? Oh, fuck it. I don't know. Maybe if I wait until... there was a door. Didn't we go into the door? Oh, no, that was a pipe. Hang on, there's something up there. That'll be it. Nope. Not it at all. It's gonna be weird. Remember that during the lightning round to not turn off comments or change characters or any of the levels, even if the description says so? Okay. I don't turn comments on unless prompted anyway, so that isn't a problem. Maybe we need to go to the one that makes fart noises at us. Maybe we need to go to this one. Hang on. Oh, there's something here. The fart noise one was the right way. Oh crap. I was thrown off by the fart noise, which is usually honest. Honest farts are kind of the rule as far as viewer levels go. People don't usually lie with their farts. Farts can't lie. Farting sound effects can't lie. You know, now we got multiple things that this VOD could be titled. From Farts Don't Lie to Springtime for Gaster. I kinda like Springtime for Gaster, honestly. That's very funny to me. And maybe only me. Which is a good property in a VOD title, I think. What's going on? What's going on? We got a checkpoint, right? Yeah, we got a checkpoint. So that refreshes, but then we lost one, so we're down to 1 life to do whatever this is, gesturing wildly. What is this? It's survival, probably. Maybe you can duck. Can you duck? We're out of tries, but I just want to see. Would ducking have worked? Ducking would have worked. My God. Well, shit. What if I went through the door, would that be it? Sure sounds like it, but I died, so I can't. We gotta hit exit level. That feels bad, but it is what it is. We were out of tries. That try did not count. That try could not count. That's right. You are right. 100% Geo Indie, folks. Let me hit dismiss on UNES and get the next level up. It is Pharaoh-Suka. Pharaoh-Suka. Go ahead and confirm for me. Folks, it is time now for the lightning round. During the lightning round, I will have only 5 to 7 tries to beat each level that comes my way. 7 tries in the following cases. 1, the first person who's present when their level is up. 2, super worlds. 3, levels of clear rates below 1%. So, those are all the stipulations wherein we can get bonus heads. They come in a variety of forms, from Mario ones to not so Mario ones. Let's do it. Let's go. Ooh. Let's do this, folks. Let's fucking go. How about? Feel like there's, you know, Pharaoh-Suka. Pharaoh-Suka, go ahead and confirm. You can check the queue, by the way, Easton. You're like a couple down the line right now. There's a bunch in queue. There's a bunch in queue right now, you know? Let's go ahead and do this. Of course, I still have more cards. There's been a bunch of stuff I've been playing other than Deltarune. You know, it's been the first week of the Nintendo Switch 2, and we haven't discussed that, like, broadly this stream. Which, hey, you know, eventually we won't need to. it'll just be us taken for granted, like, oh yeah, we're on the Switch too. You know, we don't need to discuss it every week and be like, yeah, it's the Switch 2. It's better than a Switch 1. Lag levels don't work anymore. The controller is really nice. The Joy-Cons are lovely. You know. I don't see Pharaoh Sicko, so by the way, it's sudden death for what it's worth. You did the okay. It's sudden death, so we only have 2 tries to beat the level, refreshing at checkpoints. That was a very close call there. Well, it was somewhat close, considering we have 2 tries, so we have a second try. So, it's not over yet, folks. But, you know, you never want to be at 1 life. That's true outside of this thing that I do. The lightning round, sudden death. That's just generally true. Now what in the... Fuck! Spin jump off the thing, jump off the wall a little bit higher, and then it's perfectly doable. Lightning shocked. Yeah, you could say that. You could say that, GeoIndie. Pharaoh, I don't see you, so you're gonna have to say something if you want me to have 3 more tries, which I bet would be enough. Yeah, I bet that would be enough if we, had that many more tries. People have been pretty good today about showing up. A lot of people very present and waiting for the levels. I appreciate it. It's always nice to not have the excuse to do sudden death, but also sudden death is fun. So I don't, you know, I don't mind seeing it on occasion. Let's go ahead and hit dismiss. Thank you for the level. Feel free to get that in again if you happen to somehow see this bit later eventually. Maybe you're watching the VOD later, catching up, seeing your level. Feel free to get that in another time. Even tonight, if you happen to be tuning in right now. Shock Pichu is up next. Shock Pichu, go ahead and confirm for me. And someone in chat was asking, like, does another card contain Mario Kart World on it? Good question. I've been playing Mario Kart World. That's what the next card says. And, like, yeah, man, it's fucking great. I'll say. Yeah, so most people who have gotten the Switch. Apparently, the attach rate is 80%. That's what people have been saying. That's what the report is so far. And yeah, no, if you're getting a Switch 2 right now, get Mario Kart World. You won't regret it. It's fucking great. And I'll say, like, even if you're a little bit bored of, like, regular Mario Kart modes, like, it has at least one that I think will strike your fancy. You know, like, I've really been enjoying the wander around mode, just like wandering around, seeing the blue switches and doing them at my leisure. That has just been a lot of very low-key fun. Great for when I'm like, you know, I have mastered the ability of watching anime and subtitled anime and playing video games at the same time, but only video games that are pretty chill, where you can pause at any time and just sort of take them as you go. And the wander around mode is perfect for that, though you don't get to hear the lovely music. Meanwhile, for like high intensity, like the Knockout Tour online mode is just phenomenal. Like, I love the drama and the tension in the knockout mode, just like going from checkpoint to checkpoint, trying your best to survive, to even better win as it all gets narrowed down. It's like F-Zero 99, but so much more compelling and so much more dramatic. It's amazing. Gotta hand it to Nintendo, to the Mario Kart team. In those 2 modes, they have made incredible strides and some incredible stuff that I think make this the game I would play, even if, I'll say, like, I do feel like, you know, there aren't as many tracks in it as Deluxe, and that is just so clear, right? Like, I feel like I know the world really well by this point. I feel like I've seen every corner of it, and, you know, I've seen most of the tracks, like, and probably even, like, tool around in most of the tracks, like, so, you know. Oh, I see. We're supposed to go down here, not up. Whoopsie daisy. We'll see what we can do. Shock Pichu. Anytime is good to confirm. I can't wait for them to add content. I can't wait for them, and I hope they're just gonna say, like, okay, hey, by the way, we're going to add, like, a couple more tracks, and the first whole set of them is going to be free. Is gonna be free. The whole, the first bunch of them is gonna be free on account of, like, it's a more expensive game than usual. That'd be really nice if they could make that happen. I don't know. There are 202 intermissions? Intermissions? In Mario Kart? I thought there were like 300 missions. I think I heard 300. I think I'm like at 100 and something now, where I'm at in Mario Kart world. It's hard to find them right now, and I'll say, like, they should probably add the GPS features that are in Zelda 2 Mario Kart World, but, you know, this is a game that's gonna be around for, like, the next decade, I bet, and I feel like they're just gonna expand the fuck out of it, so, like, you know, they're just getting started on Mario Kart World, and what a start it is. I'm having a wonderful time with the 2 modes. I'll say the cup mode, single-player modes, like the single-player modes, those have always just been good to play once and then be done. You know, online modes are where it's at, so I don't have any issue with how... Oh, intermissions between the tracks. Right, wow, okay. Shit, I didn't realize there's quite so many. That's amazing. It is an amazing game also, by the way. I feel like a lot of those are just things you do once and be done. But I'll say, like, the versus mode, where you can just sort of, like, wind around the map randomly and occasionally, like, randomly warp somewhere. Hey, Ryan, clearly check the thing to see how you submit a level here. Here's the thing. That is just really good, too. I don't think it's as good as Knockout Tour, and I'm doing it less than Knockout Tour as a result. You know, that's a lot more chill. That's a lot more like, fuck it, who cares? Whereas Knockout Tour, you need to be locked in for Knockout Tour. You need to be focused. Whereas, like, just regular cup, it's like, yeah, it's just a regular cup, it's alright. And I'll also say, like, Knockout Tour single player just does not make sense. That's fine, you know, hey, I think that Knockout Tour is a multiplayer mode, and if you're doing it against bots, you're doing it wrong. Like, yeah, okay, well, when there's rubber banding, and you have to win or else you get no credit, like, that feels really bad, and, yeah, no, that's not a great way to play it, but playing it online and just being able to lose and go like, haha, okay, whatever, and being able to win and go like, oh my god, I beat 23 other players, let's fucking go! Like, that just feels so good. And I've gotten two wins so far. The thing just went yellow. What is going on, camera? Hang on a second. Was it this? Was it a 2? Camera. I turned off... I need to turn that back off, apparently. I think it re-enabled the hand controls at some point. Let me fix that. I didn't realize. What the hell is that shit? It doesn't like 2? You love winning it on different streams? Oh, right. If you're doing, like, lobbies. I haven't done any lobbies yet. That's, gonna be really good whenever that's a thing. I think it's under more. Yeah, turn off all the fucking gestures. I thought I turned off all the gestures a long time ago. They somehow turned themselves back on. No more gestures. It's not how I use my camera that can track me. Okay, good. That's sorted. Very good. You have to do exclamation point, Ryan Cleary. Exclamation point add. Look how there's an exclamation point before commands, elsewise, and you'll get it. Exclamation point command. Like, let me show you. Shock Pichu isn't here, so we'll move on just as soon as I help Ryan Cleary. Like this. There. I've added it for you. You can add it yourself, and I'll take myself out of the queue once you put yourself in. Do what you want to do, though. Shock Pichu is not here. I am going ahead and hitting dismiss, and we'll move on to the next. What can you say about GeoIndie is up next. GeoIndie has been chatting and talking about knockout tours. Hell fucking yeah. Let's go. Yeah, Mario Kart World is just a hell of a game. I think it's my favorite Mario Kart that's ever been. And I don't think that's like, that's cut and dry for me. I feel like I've never loved any of the single-player content in a Mario Kart, honestly. And it's always been a multiplayer thing to do online, if I really liked it at all. I mean, that's part of why DS was like the first one I really dug the hell out of, just because it had online, and that was really compelling, and that was really good. And 8's main mode, I like to play it in lobbies with people. You know, that's how I've played it, like on other people's streams. Dan Reichert sometimes does those, and I like to participate, you know, in him or Giant Bomb's overall lobbies that they do. And it's so good. Hey, Javon Twitch, thank you for the level. Yo, indeed. Let's do this. Oh, and by the way, you're pretty far back. There's like 10 people in the queue right now. 11 people in the queue right now, so you're near the start. What's the clear rate here? Remember, we have to check the clear rate and know, like, okay, below 1%, we get bonus heads. We get bonus heads below certain thresholds. The threshold being 1%. Also, the first person who is present, which actually probably should have been 06i, or one of the previous levels I probably should have given bonus heads to. I forgot. It wasn't a problem. It was a perfectly doable level. This does not seem like 1% hard. This does not seem like 1% hard, like at all. How about that? I mean, okay, well that part, how do we get past that part? But like, you know, other than that, it's been pretty doable. I'm surprised this is that low. I bet it's situations like that where it's like, okay, well, rocking a hard place here. What are your options? All right. I got past that. This seems doable. Okay, hang on! Okay, well, maybe I should think about things. You know what, this is getting harder. Is definitely getting harder. But also, if we're fast and we go through those bits, not that scary. It's just, a little bit frightening. Shit! This is probably a good start for the lightning round. Hell yeah, it is. I agree. This is, some levels are just the perfect fit, you know? I'll say, some levels are the perfect fit. It is what it is. You've got a whole catalog of challenging levels. That's great. Oh my god, why didn't that guy die? Oh my god. Oh, wait a minute. Nope, okay. Here we go. It's definitely difficult. Oh my god, the mushroom! I was reading chat for a second. Level coming up in queue is a puzzle level? Cool. I can't wait to see it. I mean, I can wait, and I definitely will definitely get through multiple levels before then. God damn it. I like how in Undertale Deltarune, I replayed chapters 1 and 2. I like how sometimes a joke can just be like 2 words. Like, you know, the puzzle fucker who is just is it out of pocket to spoil something that's from like 2 years ago, 4 years ago, 5, 10 years ago? I could probably say like the 2 words that puzzle fucker says when you solve his puzzle in 2 seconds. He says, "God damn it!" And that is just very funny. That's just very funny. That's just very funny. Can't believe we only got to that one part once, but it is the lightning round. That was fun. Thank you for level GeoIndie. Hope you liked seeing it and watching me do it. The tries, the lives do add an additional level of interest to it, I think. And also keeps things moving. Can also mean that it can be pretty fast after a long wait, but hey, it also means that the next wait will be a lot shorter. Let's go ahead and hit dismiss. GeoIndie says nice try. Very good, very good. Killer just said F in chat. Very respectful. Hello, Snowflake, how you doing? Very respectful, Killer. Next card. I'm playing other stuff on Switch 2 as well. In particular, there's Wind Waker, which I have started into in earnest. I've beaten the first dungeon, switching back and forth between handheld and GameCube controller mode. GameCube controller because the authenticity feels great, but also it's just nice that you can map it to the Joy-Cons and all and use it like handheld style and just as you like it, which just feels really good. It's really nice to have a handheld Wind Waker. I say that Wind Waker HD was kind of handheld with the gamepad. It's still nice to have it, but with the most modern system rather than the gamepad. And that's been quite lovely. Also, I mapped this so that left on the... I reversed the stick direction so that the cameras would be like regular XY, which means that I do have to, like, you know, remember that the songs are also backwards, but I think I'd rather have regular camera controls than proper music, or proper wind waking, you know, to use the instrument using the C-stick correctly. I'd rather it just be like that, and that's fun. I finished Welcome Tour last weekend, did a little bit more of that as far as, like, knocking out some more mini-games. I'll say, I feel like people are mean on Welcome Tour. I quite liked it. As, like, someone who, you know, was very interested in all the things and all the thought that went into the Switch 2, I kind of wanted to know everything it was teaching me. And also, a lot of the mini-games are pretty charming and fun along the way, and also it's a pretty substantial thing, being around, like, 6 hours long, 7 hours long. And that's pretty good. I have seen, like, a lot of people dumping on it, including people who got it, you know? And just, like, are like, what is this? You know, just, like, being like, oh, this is, like, a training thing. And it's like, well, no. I do training things at work. Like, I take the mandatory stuff. That's a lot less interesting than this stuff is about the Switch 2 and all the thought that's gone into it. I've seen some folks, like Ben Hansen, say, like, oh, yeah, I'm into it as well. And it's like, I do think that if you are going to get it, you should know that you're like a Ben Hansen, like a me, where you'll find that all that stuff fascinating. Because if you do, you know, if you know you're like that, like, yeah, you'll get what you came for. It's a pretty substantial package for that. If you looked at it and like, why the fuck would I pay money for that? You'd have to pay me to do that. Like, yeah, okay, then don't play it then. That's like the obvious choice. Continued playing Hitman. I went through all the first game's maps. That's been very fun. I will say, though, I did get a bug. During the stream last week when I played Hitman, I got a bug on the second level of Hitman, which basically made me invisible. And invisible to enemies. I could walk through doors. I couldn't shoot anyone or throw items at them, but I could melee attack them. And I've never seen that error before getting the Switch 2 version. And I got it again last night on Miami. So that's interesting. That's weird. So there's something going on with Hitman. I don't know. They should patch that version. I believe that they will. That version needs some real patching. Considering that they are treating this as a live game and doing like monthly content and all that, I'm sure they'll fix it eventually. You know, this is something they're dumping onto the Switch 2 and then forgetting about. They want to make money long-term with Hitman Collection or whatever. And finally, Pipistrello, I've been playing more of that. That continues to be a really good, like, little Zelda top-down game about a yo-yo. About, You have a yo-yo in that game. It's sort of a top-down Zelda where you have a yo-yo, and the gimmick with the yo-yo is that when you hit it into a diagonal wall, it sort of extends and goes, like, longer range. The main boss level, please? Oh, you want me to go into the... Not to go here, but to go here this time, killer. That's... You know, we didn't get to see this level. Are you sure? You don't want to see this one? Because, like, I don't know, man. It would feel good. Hey, Sonic, those are good heads. It would be cool to see this one before we miss the chance. But, I suppose we can pick it out of the menu down the line eventually. You don't like that level anymore? Well, it's up to you. You know, that's what I always say. Let's do this. Switch 2 continues to be excellent. I am having a wonderful time with it. The Joy-Cons attach so well, and it is just so satisfying to pop them off, pop them on, pop them off, pop them on. I wish there was more cause to do that, honestly, because it just feels so good, man. This feels so good to go like pop-pop, 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 pop-pop. And it kind of fucks you up if you're playing a game because, like, you just disconnected a controller, dude. And it's like, I know, just... Can you be chill about it, please? It's so satisfying. It's so satisfying to do it. It's too satisfying. It really is a wonderful, wonderful console. And I've heard great things about Game Chat. Everyone who has, like, you know, tried it out has reported, like, oh man, this is really great. This is really convenient and works really well. The camera stuff works. The microphone is pretty solid. The game sharing, you know, there's a feature where you can share if you own a game but someone else doesn't. With a bunch of games right now, you can just share that game with someone else in the game chat with you. So, like, if, you know, if we wanted to do Clubhouse games, actually, and wanted to do it online, we could do that. And even if y'all don't own it, I own it. I could share it with you over the game chat, which is really good for multiplayer purposes, right? Like, wow, okay, that's just kind of a game changer for select games, you know. I don't know if Mario Kart is one of them. Mario Kart isn't one of them, is it? Yeah, 5 left. I think we're good, though. This isn't so hard. Some real close calls there right after I said, this isn't so hard. It's not so hard, though. I'm good at the video game. We'll quit ourselves fine here. Don't y'all worry. Okay, come on. There we go. It's been a really fun week with the Switch 2, and I'm just so glad that it finally came out, and it's finally in my hands, and, you know, the shortcomings of the Switch 1 are low-key addressed by the Switch 2, you know, performance, resolution. You don't know if you should set up game chat? Oh, I think definitely set up game chat. You don't want streamers to try to get me to do a voice reveal by sending requests? That's a odd concern. You can set it up so that only certain people can FaceTime you, can do the thing with you. And I have set it up so far to just be like, yeah, let me just turn it on as needed. You know, if I want to hang out with someone, I'll turn it on for them. But, you know, I guess I will say, like, some sort of, like, well, I think in general, all consoles could use a streamer mode where it's like, oh, while you have streamer mode on, maybe don't show as much, like, personal messages and stuff, or credit card numbers. Like, all that needs to be turned off. Or, like, private email addresses, Xbox. Maybe your real name doesn't appear on screen when a streamer mode is engaged, Xbox. Seriously, Xbox, stop showing real names on screen. That's really weird. You know, you don't need to be reminded what your name is if you are the one using the console. It's just a OPSEC nightmare, isn't it? What the hell? I like the console otherwise, though, of course, you know, I like the Xbox. But I am hoping now that I got the Switch too, that, like, yeah, other than Game Pass games, I'm basically done with Xbox stuff now. Which should be nice, should be good. Other than specifically games that they give me for free as part of Xbox Game Pass. What am I doing? I need to test out the thing. I need to test out the I'll say I've gotten over Xbox has shared my name more than enough times where it's not really worth scrubbing out of VODs or anything, you know. And also, it's not a secret, and for years and years, my Twitter handle was my real name, you know, like the display name was, so it's not a big deal. Though I haven't really, you know, I don't use it on stream. Fuck me. I don't use it on stream as much, so it's not, but it's not a big deal, right? But credit card, email, it's like, okay, those things need to be secure, man, what the fuck? Even the last 4 digits, man. You don't fuck around with that shit. I don't care. I don't care who you are. Reset your life count for next time? I will do, yeah, no. Oh, you mean I should die, you mean? I mean, we still could get a checkpoint. Not inevitable that we're at an impasse. It's not inevitable here. Inevitable. Switch 2 is excellent. I would recommend a Switch 2. And, I'll say, like, the teardown and technical stuff, you know, even if you didn't, like, look into... It seems like the Switch 2 is tough as fuck. You know, I said last week that, Jiri Rig Everything did a video where he was trying to, like, yank off the Joy-Cons as hard as he can, and those Joy-Cons, like the Joy-Con connector, undamaged after just, like, ripping it off, like, countless times, just, like, I'm just snapping it off, like, just pulling it until it comes off, and then just going, like, you know, like, shit, man, it just came off, it just released itself. It didn't at any point just, like, break entirely, and on his more recent teardown video, he has literally, like, taken a wrench to the Switch 2. Like, just hit the Switch 2 with a goddamn wrench to see how resistant the screen is. My god, that is just some of the most fraught viewing ever, because he keeps hitting it. Bang, 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 just hitting the Switch 2 with a wrench. And you're just going like, my god, man. And it's only after he hits it like 50 fucking times does it break, does the screen shatter. And it's just like, holy fucking shit, man. And then it still turns on. It still turns on with, after being hit by a wrench 50 fucking times. It is not broken. Oh, CP hype? Hell yeah, okay, we got a refresh. Okay, beautiful, beautiful. I cannot believe that the Switch 2 can't be beaten up with a wrench like Gordon Freeman could not kill the Switch 2. That is how tough this fucking thing is. And, you know, it is by the company who, goddammit, who made the Game Boy. So, and the Game Boy is famously indestructible. But, like, Jesus Christ, they actually made something that's seems to be, by all accounts, indestructible. I can't believe that. I really can't. Like, oh my god. 50 wrench hits. You could not hit me with a wrench 50 times. I would not be alright if I was hit by a wrench 50 times. The Nintendo Switch 2? Just fucking fine. Broken screen, that's it. Still works. Still works. I can't believe that. God, how much that feel as like a, you know, how must that feel when Jerry Riggett is doing that? Jerry Rig Everything is doing that, right? And he's just knowing like, oh my god, it just won't break. This is you must be thinking like in the back of your head like, my god, this is such content right here. This is such tremendous content. I can't believe what I'm seeing. You know? It must just be like the most amazing thing as a, like, how much damage can a thing take? YouTube creator just like, oh my god, this thing's a fucking tank. We say bad words on this channel. Parental guidance recommended. I treat y'all like I treat anyone outside of a workplace environment, you know? I treat y'all as adults, it's cool. You know, that's how I believe it's just, best practice for streaming, best practice for, being yourself, you know, just comment things as you would. Okay, that's annoying. Did we get another checkpoint? We did die once, right? Like, that wasn't the first one, that was the second one, so we have 5 tries left. This might be a hard one, folks. This looks like a difficult boss fight right here. Weird how there's a... like, it's a bullet hell, and also there's a timing element to it. We have to... fuck. We have to release the on-off to get a shell. Then we have to hit it again after it unactivates to send the guy through. Difficult. And also I'm being, like, so not careful. Hit this. Fuck! Snowflake, if that's a bit, I'd appreciate laying off, but like, you know. Ah! It jumped! That was a very well-timed jump on Wendy's account? Ludwig's account. This is a Ludwig level. Don't you dare jump again. There you go. Okay, good. 2 more like that. Jesus Christ. That's so many. That's so many. It is pretty, ludicrous. Yes. Okay. Some point, I think it's better to just give up and not go for it. You know, just play it safe here. Ah! Whoa. Bruh, yeah, this is hell of a thing right here. This is when the lightning round shines, folks. Why do I keep getting with their pocket? Hell. Why do I keep letting the first one get me like that? I need to just slow it down, relax, keep my goddamn mushroom. This is a really hard boss fight to do without a mushroom. My god, that was... Okay. I was holding down to go down faster, so I dropped the thing rather than throwing it. Probably best to, like, wait until I'm on the upswing, when I'm going up, after the swim concludes. This is the last hit, if we can make it. We're so close, folks. Relax, let it go by. There's a supercell in your area? Oh, geez, a tornado? Yeah, there's been some weather stuff going on. I had sirens like, yeah! There we go. We did it. Yeah, if cursing upsets you, you don't have to watch. That is very true, Oz. Excellent point, and well put. Definitely don't watch the Conquer Live and Reloaded stream on Tuesday, Snowflake. Definitely don't watch that if you don't like cursing. If people don't know what Conquer is, you should watch the Live and Reloaded streams. Or maybe wait until I have to play Bad Fur Day. I'll also be playing that sometime soon. That felt really good. Oh, reset lives? Okay, yeah, well, before we leave here, we're gonna just, like, die a bunch of times and get our lives back up. That's, we'll just do that right now. Just get that out of the way. Just so that next time we come in and we don't, like, run out of lives mid-level. That was sick. That was good. Let me just die 5 times, and we'll do a thing. Canada doesn't have tornadoes, but Canada does have snow, though, is my understanding. I guess snow isn't worse than volcanoes, or tornadoes. Volcanoes is the worst one of all. Bad Fur Day's existence is ridiculous. It is true. It is so ridiculous. It is especially ridiculous that when Xbox remade it, Microsoft didn't let them put uncensored curse words in, whereas Nintendo let them do it. Like, they can't say shit in, Live and Reloaded. It gets bleeped. They can talk about fellatio and stuff, so, you know, it's not like, okay, come on, kids, come on down. You know, Live and Reloaded, it's safe for you. Like, no, no, no. You need to know about blowjobs to really enjoy this game. And maybe that scene is like a reference to a scene we'll see next time, by the way, if you're interested in seeing that scene. That scene is like a reference to some movie I've never seen. A lot of that game is parody. You know, in the very much like, Family Guy type sense, you know? You know what I mean? I think, like, we got 2 more streams of that. Maybe 3 if I do... I want to do... Apparently there's, like, a multiplayer campaign mode where you can go in and do some, like, multiplayer missions, single player. I feel like we should include that, because that's, like, the one thing that Live and Reloaded has that would be worth seeing and going like, oh yeah, you know, This used to be a game that you could play. Now the servers are offline, so you can't play it anymore, but we can at least still see, like, oh yeah, it was sort of like a crap TF2. Good night, killer. Let me hit complete, and we'll go to the next level. Very good. 62049 is up next. Where are you in queue? Ask Ryan. You're a ways down. You're like halfway down. You can hit exclamation point Q or list to see the queue. Yeah, there you go. Ox with the helper, and that'll give you a list that you can look at and know like where you are at and where everyone is at. Actually, let me just say, you know, I've garnished the Switch 2 with a lot of praise. Let me. Oh, you know what? Shout out to Walmart. This is actually good. There's some more Switch 2 cards. Okay, I forgot about this one. Micro Express cards, I feel like, are a thing that people are looking at and going like, you know, maybe we'll wait on them. And that was definitely my feeling going in. But then I sort of started feeling like, oh man, I can't install all my games. I can't do this. I'm going to have to delete, especially when it comes to like big AAA games. But it turns out Walmart has some extremely good and affordable micro SD cards, which when I learned about, just made it really easy. Let me tell you. You know, micro SD Express, it's the new thing the Switch 2 uses. There's not that many cards out for it, and you can't get them extremely big yet. But I will say, like, Walmart has, like, 512 gigabit ones for $60. Now, from, like, SanDisk and all that, $60 will get you half that size, so it is kind of an incredible deal that Walmart has. I ran out to the Walmart as soon as I learned about this, like last weekend, like on Sunday, and Sunday night, I believe. Was it Sunday or was it Monday night? I forget. It was some night early in the week. And I ran out and got one and put it in. It's been great. It's been nice. I installed, like, you know, like, let me just go out to the menu here. I just went and installed, like, as many games as I could think of. Like, yeah, sure, why not? I'll just install a bunch of games. And what am I sitting at as far as memory goes right now? Let's see. Where's data management? Yeah, I have, like, 100 free gigs on my system and 300 on my micro SD Express card. Like, yeah, no, even just getting, like, a comfortable amount of games. Like, I have so much free space still. And yeah, Switch 2 games will be bigger, so, you know, I might have to start deleting some of these, but now I'll be, like, 100% good, and I can install all the games that I need. You need some prepping for curses. Be careful out there for sensitive children, eyes and ears and eyes. Yeah, you gotta watch out. I'll say, you will not see penis on this stream. That is the Master DS guarantee. No dicks. No ding-dongs, no nothing. No assholes? Well, okay, Conker's Bad Fur Day has sort of put a kink into that. No human assholes. No titties? There's games with, like, breasts that are uncensored. Can you play those on Twitch, though? Feel like it's weird when it's, when it's, like, you know... They all the streaming platforms get weird about that sort of stuff. I was supposed to be talking about micro SD cards, consumer advice. Really good. It's price at Walmart. If you're looking for one, maybe go there. I'll say my plan right now is to just like use this one for a bit, and I'll probably like upgrade eventually to like something that's like terabytes big. Once there's like they're huge and all, but for now I'm happy with it was cow butthole. It was cow butthole. There's a whole part of that game that takes place in an area that is made of literal shit. It's a whole thing. Kind of disturbing parts of that. I don't think I like to watch cow shit. Who does? That's a really weird fetish. Not to yuck at any yums or anything, but oh my god. Check out that VOD! It's really good. That was a few days ago. Check out that VOD. That VOD could use some lovin'. You know, that's all VODs could. And also the next stream of that next week. Somehow, it's hard to avoid the top. Anyway, micro SD card, I would recommend getting one. You know, 60 bucks, that's not bad. And then maybe eventually when you can get like a 10 terabyte one, I'll invest in that. You know, I kind of want to wait and be like, okay, well, I'm waiting. 8 terabytes, okay, give me one. You know, I want to wait until I can get one for like $100 for 8 terabytes. You know, that's like my end goal. Like, maybe I'd pay like $200 for 8 terabytes, but currently it's like for 1 terabyte, $200, so it's not quite there yet. Conquer is a game that yeah, it's quite unusual. Very unusual. There's been games that are like Conquer, I think, like offensive games. You know, I think of like the Treehouse Friends. What was that fucking thing? There are games that are like that. Felt that, which coincidentally I still can put on screen. I still have the images that I showed last time from like not E3 reveals that I thought interesting. Felt that kind of looks like on the same wavelength as Conquer, honestly. It also has swearing in it, despite being a game about Muppets who do Punch-Out. That looks really cool. Also, shout out to Super Meat Boy 3D. Those sellers claiming to sell Paradite 2 petabyte SD cards for 14 odd. What? Is that a thing? Can you get a petabyte in an SD card? I suppose the weird thing is that most like handheld devices, they all use like the micros, so you really don't. The big daddy like SD cards, they really don't matter anymore these days. They're kind of not a passing concern. It's kind of weird because like the game cards are still like SD card sized, but the ones that you actually put in and stick in permanently, they're like teeny tiny. I guess the idea is, you know, since you only need to put them in once, it's like they can be fine and fiddly, but the game cards, they have to be massive. I wonder if ever they'll get rid of that slot and save the space. Personally, it wouldn't affect me none. I don't do physical games and haven't done in years. Wii U, that was the last time I did physical games, and, you know, that era's done now. No More Heroes is an Innuendo Paradise. Oh, that's another game that's, like, on that same wavelength, yeah. It's like somewhere between Banjo and Conquer. I've not played it, so I really can't say. I don't speak from experience. I'm just making shit up and assuming I'm right. What else is new? Let's play this level. I don't see, did I put the thing in chat for 629 to confirm? I forgot to. 629, please confirm. Let me do this for you. Accidentally did 2 of them. Don't worry about it. 624.9. I don't see you right now, so I'm gonna put you into sudden death, which might be difficult if this is a troll level, which it appears to be. Okay, so how do we... get this to not... Oh, I see. Okay, there we go. You can charge your weapon by doing a jerk-off motion. That's very funny, yeah. It's very funny in Mario Party when you do that as well. That didn't help! That was not the way. I do not see 620.49, so that'll be it. But let's just look real fast. What else could we have done there? Like, we went through the door and that was death. So I guess the ticket was we probably needed to go through that wall. And also, if we're looking... Okay, there's no thwomp or anything, but I wouldn't be surprised if there was a thwomp, like, behind the wall or something. Whoop, don't look at that! Don't look at that! Don't look at the image, no! Fucking Deltarune spoilers there! That's right, that... We were asking ourselves, like, how did that chapter end? Oh, right, yeah, okay. I did take a screenshot at some point in there that I thought was interesting. Thank you for the level. Thank you for level 620, 49. He didn't see it, not gonna rewind the VOD. Yeah, it was just there for a fraction of the second, you know. The Deltarune. A thing that I thought was so amusing, I was just like, yeah, I'm just gonna take a screenshot of that just for myself. Just instinct took over. East, you are up. East, you are up. East, I believe, was just chatting relatively recently, right? East just was checking the queue relatively recently. I think East is good for it. I think East is, that's recent enough for me. East, you can, count yourself present. One issue I have been adding with the Switch 2, and this is a pretty particular issue to me, I think. One thing that Welcome Tour sort of explains that is kind of interesting is like, okay, you know, when you plug the Switch into a TV, it's not like your Switch directly connects to the TV. Your Switch connects to the dock, and the dock is what connects to the TV. But in my case, the Switch connects to the dock connects to the switcher, and the switcher connects to the capture card, and the capture card connects to the TV. And as a result, I believe, you know, all these intermediate components, it takes a couple seconds for the handshake to complete when I turn on my Switch, or even my Xbox or PlayStation. You know, this isn't a Switch-specific problem, but what is a Switch-specific problem is that the Switch, if it doesn't get, like, confirmation, like, that you're there in the first, like, 10 seconds of turning on, it turns itself back off. It goes back to sleep. And that's kind of a problem when it takes, like, 12 seconds for it to come up on screen. It's just kind of very annoying to turn it on and be like, okay, well, I can't see it, but I need to grab a controller and go like, boop, 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 yes, I'm here, even before I see it. It's frustrating, and I don't know if it's like, just, you know, like, oh, well, maybe get a better switcher. Maybe get, maybe the Elgato HD60, maybe its time has come. Maybe it's time to upgrade to, like, whatever the 4K Elgato is that doesn't choke as much on 4K signals, you know. Mind you, the Elgato can downscale that crap, like, down to you know, it downscales it for the capture, for the stream, without breaking a sweat. So it's not a problem that it's getting a 4K signal, you know, but it's just really annoying. You can turn off the triple button press. You can. That's why you press A and A as soon as you turn it on. Do you have similar tech stack, or is this just pretty common? Like, I am not clear. Like, I think it's kind of just because I have a bunch of crap between me and the TV, and I also think it's not a Switch thing. It's just like an in general thing. Like, all 4K consoles have this problem. You like a single A press? I don't mind the triple A press. I just need it to stay on long enough for it to come on the screen. You know, if I were making one suggestion to Nintendo, like, hey, just literally have that thing be sensitive to, like, okay, has the handshake completed yet? If the handshake has not completed yet, don't start the countdown to go back to sleep. You know, wait, like, until that finishes and then start the countdown to go back to sleep. That would be, you know, just best practices, I think. You set to require the password anyway? Ah, well, I live alone and don't have, you know, anyone who would... That's not a problem for me, so I don't have multiple accounts on there. I don't, it'd be really inconvenient to have to enter a password every time I played my Switch, I think. Just saying. Let's do this. Clear rate's high. You just did it anyway? Gotcha. That's, like, the one issue I have with the Switch 2, and I understand it's pretty much just an issue for my specific setup, which is kind of a nightmare, honestly, I'll admit. I think something might be going on with my camera. The other day, I was seeing, like, all my stuff that's plugged into, like, a USB thing that's connected through, like, a long route to my computer. because my camera is pretty far from my computer, it has to have a really long cable that, like, gets extra power so it doesn't, like, you know, so it's able to power everything. I was seeing it all, like, flicker on and off, and I don't know what happened, whether I just needed to replace my power strip, maybe that was dying, or what, but some weird stuff's been going on with that, and it's just technology, man. It's annoying. It's a constant process of things breaking down and just having to deal with it. This kind of feels like Mario Land to me. Kind of a Mario Landy type level. It's cool. That's sort of the vibes of Mario Land. Think that's true? I don't know. You do a 4-digit one for privacy? I mean, I wouldn't mind it if it was like one of those like, oh, hit a button combination. Is it Xbox that has that as an option? Or I think you might be able to do that on like the Retroid or something. I don't know. It's like a thing in some places. I think we might have done it. Button combo. Okay, there is a button combo one. Yeah. That is the Switch 2 that has that. And probably the Switch 1 as well. Longer the cord you use, the more resistance. You need to shorten the queue. Yeah, I know. It's like runs out of power like midway through the thing. I have a USB thing that has like a thing that connects to like a power thing. You know, it's like an extender, but it has like a power that literally provides extra power in there. So I already have a thing that's supposed to handle that, but I have been noticing the camera just like sort of like turn off and on, it looks like, for a second or two. And I'm wondering right now, like, oh, is it because it's like momentarily losing power for a second? That could be what it is. Maybe I shouldn't have the ring light that is like lighting me up also be powered by that thing. Maybe it should be like plugged in separately. That'd be smart. Could you try to find the secret room? That was a pretty long level, and, you know, well, I say that, we world record, minute and a half. We gotta keep moving. Feel free to, like, if you were to resubmit it, I'll say East, and go around the queue again, I would do it, and if it came up again, I would feel obliged to get the secret level or the secret room or die trying, but for now, I think we have to move on. Now, especially because we would have to repeat the pink coin hunt, which we basically had nearly finished. Let's go, let's do it, let's, thank you for the level. I appreciate you, waiting patiently and all. Next up is, Fawawai Ball Fear AC. Go ahead and confirm for me, Fawawai Ball Fear ACC. In the YouTube chat. You can always tell because space is not possible on Twitch. You know, you can always tell like which side when it's a name like that. I have more cards. I have a bunch more cards actually. Let me see. Where are we right now in my lineup? Ah, yes. I know. This one is one of those boss levels? Interesting. Ah, the next one that you have submitted. Gotcha. Okay, we'll see another one from you later this stream. Excellent. Here's another card. Still playing my Retroid Pocket Flip, which, for those who don't know, it is a retro handheld, sort of DS shaped and sized. Has an OLED screen, and it's quite lovely for playing games on. Been playing a whole bunch on that. Make sure the volume is off, but like, it is just quite lovely. The controls are quite nice, and I have found like, this is Tony Hawk. The Tony Hawk's on the screen. It's too bright. You can't see it. Don't worry about it. There, you can't see the Activision or Neversoft logo come in. That's Activision in particular. This has been quite lovely to have as an alternative to the Switch, and I'll say I have been playing a whole bunch of games on it. Rocket Robot on Wheels, Mario Sunshine, Symphony of the Night, Picross DS, Thug 2. Those are just a couple that I've been, like, you know, sort of more committed to than others, but I just been playing a bunch on here, just like going in, playing a little bit and being like, okay, well, that's fun, but let's not keep going. Like, you know, for instance, I've been playing Super Paper Mario for an example, which I'll say one of the flaws of this thing is that sometimes emulation quality, compatibility can be a little bit lacking. I have found Super Paper Mario and figured out how to get it to work as far as like controls go, but it crashes like a couple levels in, and I haven't been able to get past that crash, and it seems like it just crashes. It's just very crash happy, that particular game, but, you know, there have been games that haven't been crashy, and for those, I am thankful, and I'm having a good time, and, I'll say, like, I do like to talk about basically every game I've been playing on the stream here, but, like, you know, if I'm just, like, dipping into random Retroid game on my Retroid, you know, either for the first time or a game I've played many times before, then it's kind of a little bit of a burden to have to bring it up and be like, oh yeah, I played Tony Hawk. I've been playing some Tony Hawk. And also some, you know, Fear isn't here, so it's sudden death, so do confirm. You know, we could look at my, my recents folder and go like, oh yeah, I played a little bit of Jungle Climber, little bit of Metroid Fusion Randomizer. Like, oh, you know, every time here I don't have to be like, oh yeah, so I tried out Air Ride. That seems really weird. I don't really get Air Ride so far. Or, oh, I put in, you know, Katamari Damacy for a couple levels, and then I forgot to save, and I went back to it, and it's like, no file found, and I was just like, fuck. I don't have to share that every time I play a thing, or else, like, I'm just not gonna try shit. Like, oh yeah, I tried out a level of Loco Roco. Loco Roco seems pretty charming. I put in Assassin's Creed Bloodlines, which seems like one of those things where it's like, yeah, it's so compromised, you probably wouldn't want to play it. It's one of those console games that's so compromised, you wouldn't really want to play it. Seychelles? What's Seychelles? Oh, right. Yeah, that is a cool flag. That's right. This person was on the YouTube side saying earlier that they're from a island chain, Seychelles, and saying that their flag was awesome. They literally did call out that early on and say like their flag was great. You know what? Looking at it now, that is a great flag. Yeah, totally. That is colorful. I love the way that it sort of is very unique. Like, goddamn, that's just a S tier flag if I ever did see one. More flags should use diagonals more freely and like use a bunch of colors. You know, it's impressive that it uses so many colors without, you know, the design is very clear. It's just like a cool rainbow, except maybe the order has some significance. It's always been one of your favorites. Yeah, that's pretty good. I'll say again, anytime I talk about the Retroid, let me say, like, if ever I like, I'm having a great time with it. Know that it is a process to like set up. It can handle up to Wii, but sometimes it crashes. You know, 3DS also compatibility can be weird. And honestly, compatibility can be weird across the board, just based on, like, how Android emulation is. Emulation is on Android. Now we need a ranking video of the world's flags. I don't really do tier list videos or, like, tier list maker stuff that often these days. It's kind of a distraction. You'd love to play 3DS games on them? Yeah, that's been fun to do on 3DS or DS games on here. Very convenient, despite the form factor being different from your standard Switch. Just know that it is a struggle to set up. It is a little bit compromised, and like you know, for a $200 thing, like, that's great. I would love it if it was a little bigger, and you know, like, I would love it if it was 3DS XL size, which I will say it does have a screen the same size as this 3DS XL screen, but like if it could just expand out to the full size of the 3DS XL and maybe also be a little bit more powerful and a little bit more pricier, I think that would be the perfect device for retros type stuff. I'll say if any game is ever on GameCube Classics Collection on my Switch, that would be 1,000 times more better to play it on, truth be told, right? Like, no. Always the preference would be for the Nintendo Switch version. Like, always. The timing here is tight. We got a book. I gotcha. I tend to stick to streams, you know? But like something... Shit! Looks like that's it. For why? I don't see ya. Is that the flag? By the way, it is the flag. Hey, that is the flag right there. Look at that. That is the flag we were discussing. It's not only just in the thing. Was it in the thumbnail as well? I was looking directly. It is in the thumbnail. I was looking at the flag and the thing. I didn't even notice it literally... It literally was in the thumbnail as well. Very cool, challenging level. We weren't able to get through it, such as the sudden death situation. Let me go ahead and dismiss and get up the next level. Next level is Volcano Joe. Hey, Volcano Joe, you are up. That continues to be a good name. I don't think I said it, but Volcano Joe Banks, that has a ring to it. Good on you for having a good name, Volcano Joe. Here's another card. Does the lightning round need more provisions for hard levels? This is something I've been thinking about for a while, but also since last week. Last week, there was one viewer who had been waiting a while, and he had one of those levels that sort of like, you know, kills you on the first jump, has a really hard first jump, and like we tried our best to figure it out in the like 2 seconds, 3 seconds per try that we had. I mean, I think I was like puzzling it out, figuring out like, okay, can I jump here? Can I jump back to there and then jump there, or what the fuck? You know, I was trying to figure it out, but you know, the lightning round is not kind to levels like that. And dude was very much just like, I'm out, I'm easy unfollow, bye. Which made me, you know, always makes me sad that someone it doesn't click with someone, right? Or, you know, and I understand that like if you've been waiting for a while and the queue does get pretty long, it is a bummer. But like, the rules are the rules, and everyone else has been waiting equally long as you. Except for the people who drop a level and leave and get it done in sudden death, in which case, like, okay, yeah, that's fair. That's, you know, I guess it is hard to look at a level that is sudden death style getting more time than your level and feel good about that. But, like, I do wonder what we could do, right? Recently, when the bonus head stopped being the subscriber premium perk, they got turned into a below 1% provision, which was part of it, which was honestly put there to be like, okay, this is to help. But that is still only 2 lives, you know. It'll be a quick one, sorry. Well, if you're fine with that, hey, and you can always replace, and also I'll say, like, get in early. There are things I can say for people with hard levels, like, get in early before the lightning round and, you know, try to be there at 6 p.m. sharp. Or a little bit after, and you'll be feeling pretty good. We'll get 12 minutes and all, you know, and that is the best time for levels like that. But also, I do feel bad about things like that when the rules are, you know, not quite ideal. But you know, I do think that like doing a carve out for other such levels is hard, right? It's hard to figure out, like, okay, what can we do? Can we have another timer? Does that, like, defeat the purpose of the lives? You know? It'd be great if we had a limit of 3 lives for all of them and then tried to beat as many levels as quick as possible. Yeah, I've done stuff like that before. That can be a fun gimmick. You know, a bonus level would certainly incentivize, like, people who make traditional ass levels, you know, and maybe like, oh, maybe we get like 1 try with another level, you know. But I'm sorry, I'm just feeling my triggers and just thinking, ooh, they feel nice. They feel really nice on the fingers. The bumpers also feel nice on the fingers. It's a good feeling controller, the Pro Controller. I'm stroking it off screen. The Pro Controller! Nothing else! See? Hand check, hand check! Nothing funny going on. Okay. Interrupted my tangent there with sudden Funke moments. Sudden Tobias Funke moments. Is that a Tobias Funke moment? Tobias Funke, yes, has implied that he's that he has like you know, has implied that sort of thing before, in addition to his main implication. Yeah, I think it counts. I think it counts. It's a really good feeling controller. Ooh, ooh, ooh. What the fuck was I saying? Interestingly, the ground buttons don't do anything. The GR and GL don't do anything while on this screen. That is one idea that I've had, is that, like, oh, should there be like a mercy rule where like, well, like maybe this would be the reverse of a mercy rule. One idea that I had was like, okay, the hard thing is that, like, knowing what kind of levels do deserve a second chance and what kind of levels don't deserve a second chance, because, like, you know, there are some levels where they kill you fast, but we do get in a decent amount of, like, trial and error, a decent amount of thought. Like, stuff goes on where it's not, like, unfair that we're moving on, right? Like, a troll level is like that, where sometimes it's like, we got in, like, good 5-7 good deaths that are worth having, right? Like, I don't feel bad about that. But some, it's just like, oh, I jumped 3 times, 7 times, and failed, like, that many times. How do we square that? And one idea I had would be like, okay, what if we had to, like, have chat, like, participate and be like, chat is the one who extends mercy. Like basically the person would have to ask the other people in chat to be like, please give me mercy. And someone in chat would be like, yes, I extend upon you mercy. Like, literally say something big and clunky. That's a dumb idea. It's probably not how we would do. Another idea is like, okay, well, maybe if it's quick, we could just get a fast re-entry, you know, or like, oh, I'll just put you midway through the queue. I like it as well. No other streamer does that. Yes, it is a defining quirk of mine, and I do feel like carve-outs like that for harder levels does dilute the gimmick a little bit. You know, if, like, suddenly we get a shell jump level and it's like, oh, okay, the rules aren't off, we have as many tries as we need, or like a minute of trying, let's say, it's like, okay, well, it's either a lot more overhead of just like, okay, I have to track if a minute has passed in every level that I do, in addition to the live system, or, you know, the lives don't apply from the start, and that's just awkward. I like it too, but also, you know, I've changed details about it, you know, many times before. I'll say I am not... I am open to adding a carve-out like that, where it's like, okay, well, if I feel sorry for the person, I can offer them, like, you know, maybe they get kicked back like 2 spots in the queue, right? Like maybe 2 other levels have to go, and then they can have a second try, but that second try is like, you know, it, you know, and then they get back to the back of the line, you know. It's like, how do you define what exactly qualifies for that, you know? How do you make it fair for everyone else who is putting together levels or submitting levels that fit very well within the lightning round? Like, there's just a bunch of fucking things to consider with that. And I'm open to considering them. Just something I've been thinking about a lot. I wish everyone was on the same page as me, oftentimes. You know, when someone is rude and mean, my thought isn't like, you know, oh, fuck them, whatever, you know, what are you gonna do? My thought often is like, oh man, I wish that like, things could be cool. And that person could be like, find satisfaction here, but I understand that that's not really feasible, viable, and it's difficult. You would love to see a lightning round where you absolutely blast through, like, 3 lives? Yeah, that'd be... we still do spend a significant amount of time in each level. The queue does not blast. It goes slow. The thing is, there's a lot of overhead and just, like, you know, putting in the code, and also, like, you know, the things I want to talk about between levels. I guess, like, it would be cool maybe at one point. I guess, like, you know, if ever I wanted to really end a queue, and you know what I guess I will say is that I did do that once. When I was in Japan, I was doing a stream from Japan in a hotel room, and, we sort of had a pretty bad conflagration of bad circumstances. First off, it turns out that speaking super loud in a hotel room at past midnight, we got a call from the hotel lobby being like, volume down, thank you. You know, my battery was running out on my laptop despite it being plugged in. OBS was taking up more power than the outlet could provide, it turned out. And also I forgot to go live on Twitch that time because I had it locked into bandwidth test mode, which actually doesn't make you go live, which was a big fuck up on my part and explains why that stream was weirdly slow. Everyone on Twitch could not get in that one stream. But anyway, during that stream, I was like, okay, well, we gotta shuffle. We got some levels in queue. My battery's at like 5%. Let's just do them one try at a time, 1 life per level. And that did happen that one time, and you know, pretty much only that one time, which was fun. You know, I feel like it's just best practices to give people the time of day. If they're present, if they're here, I like there to be an incentive for that, and, you know, that sort of lightning round isn't any different from sudden death. Oh, I see, we need to follow the thing down, or else it despawns or something, I guess, so let's... There we go. There we go, we figured it out. Oh. Oh, that's it? That was a very simple little thing. I was surprised. Surprised how... Okay. Nice. Good. Yeah. Has happened before. I'll say, like, that is a good idea for, like, you know, if we were able to get, like, dozens of levels in the queue, and I were to say, like, oh my god, it's 10 p.m., It's 11 p.m. and there's 20 levels in queue, and I have nothing left to talk about. I have no cards left. Then yeah, no, at that point, maybe I would declare the lightning round to be in a mega lightning round or something, and just, like, sort of crank through them. I do feel like that's unfortunate for those who did wait, but I don't like to end I've never ended a stream with levels in queue, and I would like it to stay that way, so I'd do that versus just, like, going forever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever. You know? Like, that would be the approach if such a thing were to happen. Let me hit complete and pull up the next one. Thank you, Volcano Joe Banks. Again, excellent name. Oz has been doing some emotes in the thing, and also saying that Oz's level will be a fast one. Excellent. You're probably gonna get the bonus heads then, if your thing is thing. You need a mega lightning round stream? At a certain point, there's a problem in like how fast we can recharge levels. You know, like it'll just get down to like 5 people submitting levels and just, you know, if everyone who bails is like immediately ruled out, it's like assuming that they don't stick around, just going like, oh, this is an aha, is this our chance? You know, that sort of reaction. Maybe one day, you know, April Fool's Day next time. But the question is like, okay, if I do that, am I just gonna end up with 2 levels and 2 people submitting? And then it's like, oh, this conceit no longer works at this level of activity. You like resubmits better than sticking on that level? That's true, yeah. That wouldn't be a problem, it'd just be, you know, I worry, right? Like, I've definitely had some days where it's, like, slow. That one in Japan where I forgot to turn Twitch on and only YouTube was submitting, that was probably, like, one of the slowest ones. And I do, like, you know, it's a better situation to have, like, too many levels versus too few. You know what I mean? Though it's better for the viewers when it's a short queue. Sort of a weird catch-22 there. It's a weird contradiction, I don't know. Let's punch in Oz's level and also do another card. By the way, a lot of these cards are, you know, all these cards are color-coded, right? And the cyan ones mean that they're, like, stream-related. Do a Doug style stream? I don't know Doug. I'm not familiar with Doug. But stock up the queue, do a mega lightning round, and end the stream when we run out of levels would be interesting. Yeah. If I could make it, you know, the difficulty there is, like, if everyone just got in 1 level, that wouldn't be very many levels. You have to have resubmits to really keep it going. But yeah, that is an idea. Like, if everything's get like really busy, let's say Mario Maker 3 comes up and suddenly there's 10 times as many people playing and watching Mario Maker on Twitch. Let's just say that for sake of example. One day that's gonna happen and there's gonna be like 10 times more people here. God, that'll be a good day, won't it? It'll be a great day for me and my channel, to be sure. But one day that's gonna happen, and will that mean that we'll have, instead of 8 levels in queue right now, 80? Like, what the fuck, man? Like, at that point, you just gotta start, you know, things ever get that far gone, it's like, okay, man, are we at the point where it just makes sense to cut off people at 1 level, period? Or say something like, subscribers get levels? Like, that'll be a good problem to have. I don't yet know if that ever happens, like, what the plan will be. How do people deal with it? I mean, I think a lot of people just deal with it by saying, like, oh yeah, you know, no, I never clear my queue, and never inbox 0. Inbox 0 is a hard thing to accomplish. At that point, it's just endless mode. It's just endless mode, yeah, and maybe you stop waiting for people to confirm or not. You know, like, that is a big overhead on this stream in particular, where, like, I like to buy time for people to put in things. And also, it is a great time to talk about stuff and not be taking away anything from these levels, which, let's try out this one. This is Precision. I see, yeah, the first section is the worst. We're able to get a couple of jumps in. Also a pipe. The nice thing is that we can jump there. I feel like a spin jump here is the way over that jump. But, you know, it is definitely a difficult one. We have 4 lives to do it. This isn't as bad as they get, you know? Some levels, they kill you right away. This one, we can at least... Shit! We can at least, like... We're at least, like, a couple jumps in, and we can, you know, we can pry out the pipe. And just see what's in the pipe. Oh. Cheater. In the pipe is death. Okay, we just wasted a life there. Sorry about that. Had to know. We can do some stuff here. Beyond just, you know, die. We did a jump! There's a lot more left in this level. Case in point. One jump is not really enough, but, you know, sometimes it feels like it's enough. Are y'all pleased with that jump? Let's see if I can do it again. Ah, I was close. No, I could not do it again. I thought that was a quite pleasing jump. Quite pleasing indeed. Alas, thank you for the level, Oz. I appreciate it. Such is the lightning round. It seems like you enjoyed seeing that, and you know, enjoy the like as well. That is also a nice. I hope that like when you know, even if I'm not spending too much time on a level, I hope at least people appreciate that I'm, you know, giving them a like, giving them the time of day as fleeting as that time of day can feel sometimes. Maybe could do a stream where we played some other game for 3 hours and left the queue open. I've done that before. The thing is that, like, people don't necessarily know to come and submit levels early, necessarily. Like, if I'm playing something other than Mario Maker. Oh, we got, a channel point redemption to play as Luigi. Hell yeah. You got it. The Hour of Luigi.
Okay.
Oz, thank you for the level. I'm hitting, dismiss. Glad you, think that the tries were good. Feel free to get another one in, if you so please. You know, the queue is probably shorter now than it was when you first got it in. It's up to you, though. Do whatever you want. Everyone, just do whatever you want, in general. 06i? 06i is usually good for it. 06i, please confirm. You know what to do. I'll just put that in chat just because, it's the best practices and all. 06i is probably here. 06i says hi. Excellent, excellent. Here's another card. A lot of these cards tonight are like cyan, which means that they're stream business related. So let's see what this next one says. For the July 4th stream, 4th of July stream, I should say, probably, should more games be included? I'll say for the last 2 years, I have been doing a 4th of July All-Star stream where I played as many 2D Marios as I could to completion. And right now, just in random order, by spinning a wheel and deciding which one happens randomly. And I'll say that, like, right now we are just down to new Wii and Mario Brothers 2. So we're adding at least one game. We're adding Yoshi's Island. And I know that one's a long one because it doesn't have any shortcuts, so it will be the first one of the stream, because otherwise, you know, I wouldn't be able to know, like, oh, I start that one too late, I wouldn't be able to finish it, right? Like, that's a major concern. Started early, it's fine. I'll be able to finish it probably in, like, I don't know. How long does it take to beat Yoshi's Island, not stopping at, like, not going for collections or anything? American retro game stream? Sure, something like that could be cool. How long do you think it would take? I don't know, 4, 3, 4, 7 hours, something like that? We'll see, we'll find out. I've only played that game like the normal style, where you try to collect everything as you go, but that'll be fun. I am wondering if I should add more games, you know? I think that maybe after this year, we're basically going to be out of games, maybe then it's over, you know? But I could include such games as Super Princess Peach, Mario Deluxe, on the Game Boy. I could include the other 2 Yoshi's Island games, which seem both to be very mid in general. I don't know if those would be worth doing or not, but I could add them. The problem with a lot of the alternate games that I could add is that they're not... A lot of the earlier Mario games, and most 2D Marios, have, like, shortcuts built in, and that's what makes the whole gimmick concept feasible, right? Like the fact that, like, oh, I can beat Mario World in like an hour, in like a half hour, okay, and then I can do Mario Brothers 3 in like another hour, and then I can do this one, you know, Mario Brothers 1 in like 30 minutes as well. Okay, you know, that's how the last 2 All-Star streams have gone, but kind of not as fun if there's only 3 of them on the table. So I'll say I am thinking about adding Mario Brothers Run, the phone game, Mario Deluxe, the Game Boy game, the Game Boy port of Mario. Is that just too basic? I don't know if they made any changes. You know what? I think that one just doesn't register. Is there any other game that has shortcuts similarly short that I can add to flesh out, maybe get us up to 5 games for the 4th of July stream? I think that the other Yoshi Islands, those just aren't all-stars. Maybe that's also the thing, like, no, these are not just 2D Marios. They're really good 2D Marios. Even if Yoshi's Island is counting, even if last year I included Yoshi's Story, that doesn't mean that, like, that doesn't mean that suddenly we're like, oh, Super Princess Peach, sure, you're in. Like, no, that game kind of wasn't great. It was never great. Nope. And also, it doesn't have shortcuts. So, you know, we can't speed. We just have to play it like long style, which isn't as, like, compelling, I think. I think this year is probably the last year of the 4th of July stream gimmick. Maybe we'll do something different next year, or maybe just I'll take the day off. Hell, I don't know, like maybe eventually. I am planning on being in a house next year, getting a house next year. Maybe by that point it'll be like, oh, 4th of July party, rather than just like staying home and playing video games all day. Maybe I'll go out and, you know, go to community pool, if I'm in a community, you know, and like have their hot dogs and see what's up. You know, hang out with friends or family. I don't know. That's a year away from now. We'll see what fucking happens. I like doing big all-day streams, is the thing, so, you know, I would like to do a new gimmick, but, what other games could we add that is, like, short enough where that makes sense? Is there any? Woolly's World is amazing, says 06i. Yeah, I put that on my, I put one of the versions of that on my Retroid. I'm not 100% sure. Like, it's probably like the other Yoshi games, you know, can't be shortcutted as much. Probably like a lot of the Yoshi games, not really one that you can just speed run, you know, just easily, just by default. One that I have considered, you know what one I have considered that's kind of obvious considering what we're doing right now? There's, Mario Maker 2. But I looked at how long to beat. Apparently the campaign was like... Is this true? Is the campaign like 8 hours long? To go through the whole campaign? That's kind of surprising to me. I mean, I guess it is like 40 odd levels. It's like a full Super World's length of levels, yeah. We would have to have some sort of like rules about what levels we can and can't skip. Or like, oh, at which point is it really a playthrough? You know, in which case, pretty sure the answer is like, no. There's not like an any % version where it's like, okay, you can just do these major levels. You shall return, keep on killing it. Excellent, Oz, thank you for the encouragement. We are dying a lot right now. But this is World 8, it's supposed to be hard. This is a really cool level. I like what you've done with all these Potobos just being super threatening. That's very fun. Has sort of like a jump rope type, sort of like a jump rope type situation. Very cool. Anyway, I guess I'll say that next year's stream is a problem for next year. Let's make this year's stream fun. Look forward to that in, like 3 weeks. I will say, by the way, if you look at the calendar, which I have here, I am thinking right now, maybe do a Mario Maker stream, like on the Thursday, like before July 4th. So maybe I'll insert another Mario Maker stream, like on that Thursday. So we'll have that, and then we'll do the July 4th all-day stream as well, and that'll be nice and good. And we'll see what we do in the week before my first summer vacation there. Damn it, that's be the focus. Oh, we did get a checkpoint, so that's first life after that. I didn't realize that I did do that. Whatever. Easy come, easy go. I'll say, by the way, I did, fuck. I did put in for PTO for an August vacation. I am now confirming that I will be going to, Epic Universe, Universal Studios Orlando, the week of August 11th. So that'll be fun. I'll see the new park. I'll, ride Ride Rocket one last time before it closes the following week. And, that'll be good. I'm looking forward to that a bunch. No plans right now on doing any streams from there. The only reason I'm planning any away from home streams right now is just that, you know, I'm gonna be out of town the week that Donkey Kong comes out. And as someone whose first game was Donkey Kong Country 2, like, oh yeah, I'm gonna have to stream my first time with Donkey Kong Country, or Donkey Kong Bonanza. Are you fucking kidding me? Like, no question, that has to be a stream. Oh, we got another checkpoint, so another refresh, and then we lost one. Excellent. I will say, I am a little bit curious about the DS Yoshi's games, because, like, you know, I never played them. And I have them on my Retroid now, so I can do, if I fancy. And, I'm curious, like, if I should actually give them a go. I played a few levels of both. They seem quite mid. They seem, like, pretty forgettable. I don't know. Maybe it's really not, worth bothering with. Like, what the hell is... At least 2, or DS, has the different babies in it. Like Wario, baby Donkey Kong, all that. At least it has that. What the fuck does New have? Is it just a very mid version of that? Of that game? Thank you for the GGs. Let me hit complete. Mario 64 DS minigames. Does it have that? Those are... Oh, is that something I could add to the list? That'd be... I don't think you could complete those. I guess if there's like a mini mode in any other Mario game. Let me look at a big list of Mario games and see if there's like anything that would slot in at the 1 hour point. Maybe it could be a secret as well. Maybe it could be a secret game. Maybe it could even be not 2D but 3D. Like we could do Bowser's Fury. Would Bowser's Fury be a fun one? Bowser's Fury, you can do that in like an hour or two, right? That wouldn't be a bad one to throw on the pile, albeit it kind of breaks the gimmick of it being a bunch of 2D games. Hey, East, I think we did your level, so, or... Oh, you got back in, okay, you're still coming up. Okay. Let me hit complete and pull up the next one. Get that all sorted out. Venosicker, you are up. Here is another card. Let me hit next for Venosicker. Here's another card. Should I try Splitgate 2 on stream? Bit sticky. Yeah, so Splitgate 2, there was a whole situation with that last week where like the guy wore a hat that was in poor taste, and it kind of took him a while to apologize for it. So yeah, now I'm wondering like, could I be trying that out or just maybe just pass on it entirely? I'll say, like, for my part, I really loved Splitgate 1 and thought it was great. I've heard other people who love Splitgate 1 say, like, oh, they kind of missed the point with Splitgate 2 and have diluted it with the addition of, like, hero shooter parts, you know? Like, I'll say, like, I really enjoyed, you know, playing, like, a Halo with portals, but if it has to also now be, like, an Overwatch or something, I don't know. I think I want to try it. I think that we'll do a stream of this some point in the future, but also maybe I'll wait a little bit longer for it to cool down. Maybe sometime next week, let's say. Let's just pencil that in sometime next week as like a midweek stream. Not this weekend. Not anything like that. Is it on Switch 2? I don't think it's on Switch 2. They should put it on Switch 2. That'd be convenient. But I'm very curious about that game, and I'm pretty sure it's like just straight up out now, so I should probably, you know, unless we're still convinced that he's a Nazi or something, or like a big right-wing asshole, I should probably check it out. I feel like apologies have been made, and like, it's probably fine by now, right? I'll look around, I'll read the room, I'll check the temperature as you do. Here's another, let's do another one real fast. Just another one that's just stuff concerning my channel and my stream. Putting up shorts from when I wore glasses feels weird now. I'm gonna get used to it. So, you know, this sort of ties into the LASIK thing, which we haven't discussed really this stream because it's been long enough where it's not really that interesting anymore. And no big medical, you know, no big medical disasters happened this week. Everything was pretty normal. My eyes have been quite comfy and good and lubricated by the stuff. So I've been like pretty good on that, I'll say. No concerns there. The steroids I've been taking in eye drop form are about to like drop down from 4 a day to 2 a day next week, so that's a good sign. I'm weaning myself off the drugs that I've been on for the recovery process. Take note, this is a specific kind of LASIK that has no cut, no flap, and has a longer recovery time as a result, you know. But there's no like scars in there when it's all done and healed. It's like all fresh as new, like less long-term risk in exchange for like a month of suffering, which you know, really hasn't been that bad, other than last Friday where I scratched my eyeball pretty bad and had to go to the doctor. That was not great, but this week has been fine and good. And I'll say, like, I put up a bunch of shorts over the weekend that were like relevant to the Switch 2 or to the not E3 proceedings. And as a result, those clips were of recent me, right? Like, without the glasses, just nothing at all. And since then, I've had, you know, put up more shorts that are just previously, from older, right? And this is something I've been doing for ages. Like, I believe every stream has clippable moments in it. Every stream has stuff that can be shorts, and even if it's been, like, a year since a stream, I will absolutely, like, mine it for content, and, you know, once I find time for it, get it, you know, have it be some of my short form content for the day, for a day, you know what I mean? But now, like, looking at the thumbnail or whatever and seeing myself with glasses, it's like, oh man, that's just peculiar. Like, more and more as time goes on, I more and more get the feeling of like, oh, that's not me anymore. I look different now. You know, this isn't like a haircut or nothing. This is like pretty significant. Like, the eyes area is just completely altered to the point where the glasses kind of just look loose on my head. It just looks like, oh, that's just, it looks like an overlay kind of just to my brain. Like, oh, that's interesting. Makes you think. The sudden death, folks. Anyway, I gotta get back on the clipping train. I spent a bunch of time this weekend, obviously, like, clipping up the most relevant things from these recent streams. Going to also look for more things from older streams. And, you know, I mentioned the July 4th stream coming up. I want to put some clips from last year's July 4th stream before this year's July 4th stream. So I have to spend some time clipping up that 10-hour stream and getting its best moments, like, ready to go. So that I can, like, you know, it kind of feels bad to do a 10-hour stream when last year's 10-hour stream is still in the backlog as far as clipping things up goes, but whatever. One day I might catch up on all that, and that will feel really good when I do. We're looking for Spot the Difference. This is the difference. The spring was the other way. Let's continue. This one, the one in the middle now is the other way. And it's the other way. Also, it has a different color mushroom. Why was that one easier than the first one? Let's avoid the Noid, I guess. Okay, this is like a dodging minigame. Let's do it. This level has a pretty high clear rate, so it probably won't be a big deal. Oh yeah, that was not a big deal at all. Not a big deal in the least. Ugh. Oh, okay, good. This is an infinite respawning one of these. It's not like a one and done situation. Okay, cool. Cool. I'm glad that your cat said hi. I responded to that, right? I did. I'm pretty sure I did. This one's a race. I can tell that right away. If we dilly-dally, we will die. Ugh. Good solid level, thank you, Venosuker. I'm gonna go ahead and hit complete and bring up the next one. Fun stuff, indeed. Confirmed, etc. Ryan, you are up. Ryan Cleary. Go ahead and confirm for me from the YouTube chat. Yes. Another bit of like stream-related business. I try to keep taking it easy on some of these cards, you know, because it's a little bit navel-gazy. I don't know, but I do think a lot about like what I should do on the stream, the channel, all that, and spend a lot of time working on it that you don't necessarily see. So it's good to talk about. I gotta set up the laptop stream setup for the July Bonanza stream from New Jersey. Right, so, like I said, I'm going to New Jersey in July. In mid-July, so like a couple weeks from now, really. Really, it's getting closer and closer. Like, what, that's like 5 weeks from now? Like a month from now, right? And I need to get the laptop set up back again for streaming. Since I first set it up, I've changed a lot about, like, how my OBS setup is set up, first off. Second off, I've reset that laptop entirely. It had to go back to the dealer to get some minor fixes in, and they just replaced it outright, so I had to like set things up from scratch again. So I have to get things set back up. Shouldn't be that hard, but it is just one more thing that like I need to sort out. That thing I showed earlier, by the way, you know, this thing. Oh right, I forgot, the sound effects don't work if the main window of OBS isn't working. One of the many reasons it's not ready for prime time. I want to have that ready by that next Galaxy stream, which I'm planning to be after the vacation. So like, yeah, I'm looking at this schedule going like, oh man, like I need to find time to do this and that and the other thing before then. Ooh, that's a bit of a to-do, isn't it? Like one of these weekends, I'm gonna have to sit down and just get that working. Or like a late night one night, though I should probably stop. I should probably not do that much on late nights. I should get more sleep, considering how tired I've been this week in particular due to all the Deltarune stuff I've been like jamming in there into my schedule. What are you gonna do? I'll get some sleep eventually, and you know, also there's plenty of time before then to get that thing working, and also to get the streaming setup set up. I'm hoping that like the internet will be good, and that's not a guaranteed thing, so we'll see what happens there, whether I can stream Bonanza from New Jersey. I'll say, if like it turns out not to be viable for reasons like, oh, I can't do it, it's all bad, like maybe I'll just like use some fucking like what's the word, I'll just like hold out, and like as soon as I land, instead of doing a Galaxy stream, we'll do Mario Bonanza instead, and that'll be fun. I'm just realizing that's the same team, right? That did Galaxy and Bonanza, like separated by like 20 years. But like, yeah, those are some interesting two things to have back to back by coincidence. So we'll have to set that all up again, get that ready to go, have that be the thing come July. I'm excited and still also not sure like when I'll find time during my vacation to do it, whether it's at night or during the day. We'll see. I'll try to keep y'all posted as I'll try to keep y'all posted and stuff. I don't see Ryan, so it will be sudden death, it's looking like. So let's go ahead and punch that in. I'll say we should be... I think we will close the queue after... Let's see, who's up? Who's coming up? Let's do 2 more. Let's do this one, and then 2 more after that, and then close the queue. How does that sound? Also, maybe we can get through, like, the, before the queue closes. Yeah, you would be one of the 2, Javon Twitch. Also, Geo Indie. We'll try to get your levels done before we, close the queue. And you'll be able to get another one in, as that's how it works. I don't have that many more cards left, is the thing. But hey, you know, all else fails, I can talk about New Jersey. I can talk about, other vacation plans that are taking shape. You know, I didn't make cards for those this time. You know, it's good to, like, have a more limited card set, you know? Fuck. Well, that was really fast. Ryan, I don't see you. Let me take a drink of my water, then we'll bring on up Javon's level. Javon having just confirmed 2 seconds ago. My lips are so chapped. Probably, I've heard that's dehydration. I guess I'm not drinking enough during these streams, but whatever. Not drinking and talking is a recipe for chapped lips, apparently. Let me hit dismiss, and let's go Javon. Javon Twitch, let's do this. And let's get the heads up, and, you know, I'll do, this might be the last of the cards, yeah. If I posted a card preview to the Discord, will that be fun? That's an idea I had yesterday while I was setting up the cards. You know, setting up the whole roster. Like, do y'all like the spontaneity of seeing the lineup as it takes form? Or would it be fun to, like, see in chat, like, the day before, like, oh, there's the whole folder with every card in the order that they go in, roughly based on the various categories and the order that they're in. Would that be interesting? It would provide, like, you know, how these, like, streams tend to go. Knowing, like, ahead of time the order of cards would basically give you an itinerary or, like, a run of show for each of these big streams or each of these viewer level streams. And would that be interesting? Would y'all like to see it, or do you like the spontaneity of it? I'm not 100% sure either way. It also would be nice to, like, you know, have the opportunity to have, you know, viewers have a little more... If viewers could look at the list and go, like, what about this? Do you want to talk about that? You know, that would also be nice. I'll say, though, as far as, like, viewers submitting cards, the obvious thing is, like, well, a viewer can just say in chat, hey, did you hear about this? And that's as good as a card. That's a topic of conversation that comes up, and then we get to talk about it. Like, you don't really need to submit it ahead of time to get me to talk about something. This is really cool. Hey, we should maybe look at this. Let's appreciate this level, which is really damn cool. We're jumping off pegs that are themselves jumping out the water. And, that's just a bit of fun, isn't it? Oh, we're kind of past that now, actually. Still, it's cool. This is cool, too. There's more peg stuff. These pegs don't go below the surface. They're pretty safe as far as pegs go. I thought you could go above the screen there. Yes, that's right, let's get it. This is really cool. Pegs are a cool gimmick. I wish that they allowed you to have an object that was like pegs, you know, physics objects, solid block, without having to use specifically pegs by taking a chain chomp and destroying their cells. But again, I find the pegs to be charming. I am charmed by pegs, generally. God damn it. What is the deal here? Aha. Love the pegs. There is crates. Yeah, there's crates. Not in most styles, though. Also, they are destructible, so that can be a kink. Depending on, like, what you're going for with them. You can destroy pegs as well, but only, like, ground pounding with the big boot, I believe. So it's a pretty fringe case, you know? Oh, crap. Double crap. Did we get a checkpoint there? I think we got a checkpoint. So, refresh, and then we lost one. Oh. I am getting sleepy. I hope tonight to have a nice, good night of sleep. And not stay up too late. That'd be good. The people, they're repairing my roof, like, in the morning, apparently. And I'm not sure, like, if I need to be there because I'm just the fucking tenant. You know, I'm not the landlord or whatever. It seems to me like the landlord should be there for the roof. The inside part's like, yeah, that's totally my territory. I have to be there for the repair guys, but, God, speaking of neat, look at this shit. This is, the platform is forming. The level is forming in front of us in a way I don't think I've quite ever seen. Also, like, I missed a mushroom. Also, there's, like, chain chomps coming at us occasionally, which is also fun. This is one of the best uses of chain chomps I think I've seen in a hot minute. Just very, very cool. The first half and the second half, both, extraordinary. I am very complimentary. Yeah, this is a very good raft level. You're welcome, bro. Hey, Geo Indy. That's good you returned. Your level is about to come up in like a minute or two after this one, which... Wow! Nothing further. This level's good. This level's good. It's just that death sort of... Come on. My god. Dude, put it in the fucking... Oh no. Ah! You can jump... Ah, fuck! You can jump off that blue switch while it's in the pit there, but it made no difference. We survived, but not, Pyrrhic victory. Is that a Pyrrhic victory, or is that just, a fucked up circumstance? Not every fucked up circumstance is a Pyrrhic victory. That word means something. Can't just throw it around all willy-nilly. Try having a long load that rents you a property and then spends every weekend partying in the backyard with a ton of people. Oh, that's fucked up. I mean, I live, you know, in an apartment complex where I have a park right outside my window, so, you know, like, every fucking day, there's, like, these sounds of children screaming, like, from, not dusk till dawn, but, like, from the, you know, certain times of day. Like, okay, great, we gotta power up this time. This will be very helpful. From, like, afternoon to, like, nighttime, basically. And I have to always have either my headphones in, earplugs in, something playing on the TV. Oh, it's, just... I do not like it at all, and I wish they would just, you know, shut the fuck up. I don't know why they gotta scream all the time. I just don't get it. I wish they didn't. Fuck, that was close. This doesn't have a clear rate below 1%, right? Nor is it part of a super world, right? We have the right amount of lives. That was really good, and I wish I could have seen it through, but alas, I think that's gotta do it. Yeah, it has a 10% clear rate. That's roundabout guesstimation. That sucks, ahas. Hopefully, eventually, we will all be our own landlord and all own houses, and hopefully that'll be easier than apartments living. GG's. One more level, and we'll be done with, we'll be going to the closing the queue part of the stream, where I close. Alright, folks, the stream just crashed. The OBS just crashed, so a little bit of a hiccup there. Let's continue what we were doing, and continue with the levels. That was very weird. I hit dismiss on my OBS, and that seemed to crash it. I don't know what happened there. That's very weird. It's never happened before. Go figure. That's gonna be inconvenient to myself tonight when I have to edit these two VODs together. The VOD might be a little bit late to go up as a result, and it might be in lower quality because I don't think the higher quality VOD, I'm pretty sure that's if it doesn't, if it just crashes out, does that not save? Yes, you are next. Let me hit the thing and do the business. Still a little bit taken aback by that, honestly. Still a little surprise. This will be the last level, and then we'll close the queue. And I don't have any cards to discuss after this, so, you know, there's just one left. And I guess we can talk more about, like, not E3 or something, or, like, the vacations I'm gonna take in the near future. If y'all have any, like, not E3 highlights, now would be a great time to bring them up. Kind of think it was kind of a snoozer of a not E3, though. It wasn't a terribly exciting show. The most exciting thing to be announced in the last few months was Donkey Kong Bonanza, as followed by, like, other things that were at the Nintendo Direct, so, you know, GG3, F2J. This looks right as I'm entering it. Please ignore the description. Can you check the code? This doesn't seem to be working. I'm pretty sure I entered it right. Please check the code, GOND, and get back to me. I will ignore the description. Yeah. Yeah, fucking technology for you. We're gonna have to figure out, like, you know, how to get the VOD all nice and good. I wonder, like, if I can, we'll see. I'll figure it out. I got some stuff that can edit a VOD together, and then YouTube can do some edits on YouTube's side to, like, make it comparable with the normal style of editing. I've been doing all the editing of clips and shorts and stuff just on YouTube recently. I just find it handy if I need to, like, combine 2 clips to make a short. Say if it needs to be a longer short or involves some editing, to just be like, I'm just gonna smack 2 short clips together, like, even if they need to be trimmed down, and then just do the trimming in YouTube because it's pretty goddamn good about, as an editor goes. I don't know, maybe I should have better editing software, but I don't know, I like the editing software that I got, even if it's not good. It's a G, not J at the end. Gotcha, okay, cool. Good looking out. Clear rate is above 10%. 5 lives, that's what we got. And I did not read the description. Maybe a little bit. Maybe a little bit. Defeat all the boos. Let's go. You were saying earlier that your levels have lore, like Deltarune and stuff. That's... Well, maybe not Deltarune, but, you know, we were talking about Deltarune, which also has lore. Maybe this is a moral choice as well. But we have no choice. We have to kill the boos if we are to finish the level. Could it be that I have just guessed the gimmick here, like, oh no, you shouldn't have killed all those ghosts. It was actually bad to murder. That wouldn't surprise me. Murder is typically bad. I think most would agree on that. Murderers. Oh, it's part of a Luigi's Mansion series? Okay. These kind of look like the rooms of, this is kind of like the hallway of Luigi's Mansion then. And I guess these are the doors that, like, go to... Title doesn't give me any hints of, like, where in Luigi's Mansion it is. Or if it's, like, Luigi's Mansion 2 or 3 or an original entry. It's an original level? Gotcha, okay. If only I could play. Do. Kinda. I kinda can. Kinda hard. Is it all ghosts or a minimum amount of ghosts? Because it seems like there's a lot of ghosts here. It would make sense if you were playing the series. I'll say, like, feel free to submit just, like, what happened there. Confused. Always feel free to submit, you know, am I dead? Is there no shell? Let's go down and just check and see if there's no backup down here. No, I guess maybe it's just, I think we might be dead. Oh, no, we're still fine. This looks like an exit. That's an exit right there. I have heard, like, Jeff Grubb was saying that OBS was being weird for him and crashing on him or something in recent days, and, you know, it might just be that OBS is a little bit unstable now. Technology can be weird like that, where, you know, works well for ages, but a couple updates, or, you know, whether that be Windows updates or OBS updates, and it's like, oh, now things are screwy. You know, like, it's a constant, like, turmoil. It's a constant effort to make sure that things aren't fucking broken all the time out there in the world. And, I can't blame... I mean, I'll say, like, a lot of these things, like, I'm not honestly sure, like, how they make money. You know, like, OBS, for instance, it's open source. I don't know, like, how... The people who submit to it and, like, contribute to it, they're just doing it out of the... A lot of them are just doing it out of the interest of their out of personal interest, right? So, what's the deal there? How does that work? And I can understand that things are finicky. And hell, like, things are finicky with the ones that make a ton of money, so even, you know, outside of that, it's like, you know, just constant struggle, and, what the fuck can you do? I hope I saved these VODs in the format where, it's fine if it gets cut off prematurely. That would be nice. Can you recover, like, a, video that is, like, cut off? Like, is that something that's... Is there software for that? I would like to use the video version of that that's in the nice higher resolution, you know? I'll have to look into that. Very annoying that, it has come to this, but, what are you gonna do? Wow, I'm tired. Now I'm gonna have to deal with this before bed. That's fucking great. We're one go short. Oh, also, we could have doubled back earlier. You know what? Leave the shell behind and let's go up from here. I'm just realizing that this hallway is super easy to go up in, but it's nothing. Okay. We've been through those two rooms. Maybe there is the one room over here. Good night, Oz. You're gonna have some dinner? Excellent. You enjoy it? Oh, what the hell is this? I never went in here. Oh, this is the ending. Okay. I don't have the last boost, so... What? Where does this lead? Maybe up here. No. Whoa. Where's the last guy? Ah. I'll say it's very simple. Okay, give me a hint. Give me a hint. I'll say, like, as far as other stream stuff goes, I got other things in the oven, you know, other things I need to work on. Like, there's a couple of things. Start area? Okay. Back in the start area. There's a couple other things I need to work on. Like, you know, I finished the super world. Bone shell is making sounds. It should do. That's something it should do. Normal sounds? Oh, I see. Found it. Yeah, ouch indeed. Yeah, ouch indeed. Yeah, that's a pain. We'll get through. I can talk about stuff. One more. You know, I'll say, like, I still have to make a trailer for that super world I finished, like, a month ago. Or 2 months ago. Jeez, it's been a minute. And I also want to do... In addition to that, I have been working on, planning on a channel trailer to, like, do an updated channel trailer for the channel. Because, you know, I don't wear glasses anymore, A. And also that old channel trailer is, like, 3 years old at any rate, so kind of time for a new one. And like between those two things, that sounds like a lot of work. And I'll say like, part of me wanting to prioritize like, you know, clipping up clips for the short form content, or clips for the short term content, or doing this this star bits gimmick, or setting up the laptop stream. Part of that is just like, well, I know A, I want to do those and they sound easier than doing a whole trailer for a thing, and B, I kind of want to do them. And that's sort of just ended up with me. It's ending up with me sort of procrastinating a little bit on the other business, which is also important, you know? It's also important that, it's also important to, like, get a trailer up for the Super World, and to get that done, and a channel trailer for the whole channel. It's just that, you know, between the Switch 2 and everything going on, it's been, you know, wild out there. Fuck! Damn it! All that to say, I should probably try to find some time, to like, finish that up. That said, if I were to choose, like, okay, what do you think you'll find time for this weekend? I'll say, like, well, my plan is to try to, finish clipping up, like, anything notable in those couple of Switch 2 streams. Even though I think that I already got most of the good bits. Like, there's probably a few other things I can grab, and, getting that squared away would feel good. Considering how topical that is and all. You know, it's kind of a thing where it's best to get that out of the way now before it's too late. You know, some streams are topical and other streams are like not as topical. You know, they can wait. It's funny if I die in a funny way. Now it's still funny in 2027, you know? Like if it ends up being 2 years before a clip from this stream were to be out there, you know, as a shorts, like that's fine. They don't have to be recent, but I would like to catch up. I would like to make good on that stuff, you know? There's always a million things you want to do in life. And a million, and not enough time to do any of it. And also, more than time, sometimes is the matter of energy. You know, if you don't have the get up and go to get up and do something, you know, that's a serious impediment. You know, like, I have all the energy in the world to, like, to you know, like, play some Mario Kart. Maybe just play a random game on my Retroid and watch some YouTube as I do. Like, I have all the energy in the world for that, but to, like, go through a whole process and put up, like, 3 minutes of edited video, like, that sounds hard. I'll say, for a channel trailer, I did already record something that I think will become the channel trailer. I just need to edit out the background of that and put in, like, some stuff to illustrate the talking points I am making. You know, I got some wacky ideas for that sound pretty straightforward to make, but will take probably a night or two to put together. I just need the right wild hair, I guess. And then I'll go like, oh, let me just do it right now. And I'll just pull up whatever software I need to do it, and it'll get done. And that's sort of how things like that Starbit thing get done. You know, just me randomly saying like, okay, I'm in the mood. Let me try to hash this out before it's too late. I'll say, I really enjoy streaming. I love it, you know. It is just really fun to have a dumb idea and then be able to put it into motion and, like, you know, do it as a full thing, like, a day later. You know, or a week later, however, whatever the turnaround time is from dumb idea to dumb stream. Like, that is just really satisfying. But also, there are parts of it that are more like work. Where it's like, okay, well, I gotta, you know, to make the short form content, I need to check. God damn it. I need to go looking in VODs for the best bits, and yeah, just carefully cut around all the tangents about me and myself and games I've been playing, and find the moment where I die in a funny way, and then package that up, get the metadata, get a lot of metadata stuff. There's just so much metadata. You gotta go get some dinner, have a great night. You too, Oz, you have a good one. Oh wait, that was... Sometimes it looks like the U2 is moving, even though it just, that was a bit ago. Looks like it jostled a little bit. Anyway... I already read that one. A bit ago. All that to say, I am sometimes very tired, and, you know... The other parts are satisfying in their own ways, don't get me wrong, and, like, it's not like it's a burden, it's just time-consuming is all. Just a time-consuming thing to commit to, I guess. Which, hey, is streaming in a nutshell. Nutshell.
Made it.
Yeah! Let me hit complete. Thank you for the level. Thank you for the level. Let me, I gotta remember to do this part where I hit 1, and I pull up the next level by Snowflake. Snowflake, go ahead and confirm. Do it whenever you want. Anytime in the next, say, couple of minutes here is fine because, hey, folks, it is time for last call for levels. Last call for levels. I am going to delay a bit, play a couple of my own levels. Let's think of a good one to play. You know what? It's been a while since we played like some of the we played some of the later levels. Should we play some of the later levels? Let's play the last level. We'll just play. Trying to think of a way to make this work thematically. You know what? We just chapters 3 and 4 happened just now. So we should only play the 3rd and 4th levels that I made? That's stupid. No, let's chapter 3 and 4 of Deltarune. Is there something I can pull from there? Dark World, World 3, World 4. I'm drawing a blank here. Let's just play Dark levels. I've already done Dark levels, haven't I? I'll play this Dark level. And, that, you know what, that's Deltarune. I'm sure I've done Dark levels as a theme before, but you know what? I definitely didn't do it since doing one of the later levels, which is a Dark level, so you know it's kind of a good time for a revisit. You know, I'll say like I probably can't just. If the idea is with Last Call is always to come up with a theme, I probably can't come up with a theme every time that I'm sure I haven't done before. At some points, we're gonna get, like, some duplicates, and that's, like, fine. Who remembers, like, which ones we've done and not done before? This is a blackout basement type level, where the lights come on and off. Just a bit of fun, and I found that, by making it an auto-scroller, a platform level, it was quite easy to, like, what's the word, orchestrate the level? To, like, script the level, sort of, so that dangers are introduced when the lights are on, and then you have to deal with them when the lights are off. Like, you see someone parachuting down, and then you have to, like, quickly... You know, the lights are off by the time they're actually, like, giving you the business. Which was, I think, a cool thing. You know, like, right now you can't see these guys, but you remember that they were there, because you saw them while the lights were on. Pretty damn good, and also the bit of theming to make it look a little bit like a factory. You know, in the middle of a rainstorm, I guess, outside. I thought was fun. Whoopee! Now's the time, by the way, to get in any last minute submissions. Fuck. We saw the level. We got it. There's just an ending after that. Don't worry about it. Let's keep things moving. Let's go to another dark level, which is kind of a dark level and kind of not. This is the first level I made in Mario Maker 2, and basically it is a dark level, and also it's kind of not. You'll see. I mean, outside it's not a dark level. It's a desert outside. Now, this is my first level in 2. I wanted to try out the desert theme, which was brand new at the time and really exciting. It is still very cool, but it's no longer exciting because we've had it for ages now. So at the halfway point, you go inside, and the inside is dark, except that most of the platforms are lit up by like hodobos. In retrospect, there was probably a better way to do the lighting effect, you know, but this is what I figured out on day one, you know? It's just like, yeah, put a bunch of hodobos in there. Like, nowadays, I'd be like, oh, POW blocks. POW blocks would be a good solution. But at the time, didn't occur to me, you know? Which is fine, you know, I feel like it is what it is. And what it is pretty good. I'm quite proud of this level. And it's, nonsense. I will say, though, you know, after this level, I didn't feel like I really had made a dark level, so, you know, when I made the other one, that's when I felt like I did make a dark level. Because it was a dark level. It was dark. Finally, we'll go through the latest level of the dark level set. One that came out, what, did it come out this year? It came out this year. Earlier this year. Like maybe... Well, it had a revision in March, so this is the revised version from March. It is Dimlit Derelict, which is sort of a, you know, the first one was a blackout basement. This one is the kind where you do a certain thing, and that lights up the stage. Hey, Rick Rastley, how you doing? This is the time to get in any levels before the queue is closed, and we move to finish. In this level, you hit these tires, and they light up the whole stage for a time, which is fun and good. And, you know, you can go fast and always have the lights be on, and if you get slowed down, you're gonna have to deal with it. You know, they can also be bouncy, so they're good like platforms to be used in addition to just like fun lighting the stage up things. Also, in the second half, fuck. We'll count. You'll do a lightning thing, won't you? Also, in the second half, here, it starts being an auto-scroller, and a vertical one at that. Kind of funny that, like, both my dark levels ended up having auto-scrolling in them as, like, a part of it. But I guess, you know, that makes it easier to script out, and easier to be like, okay, well, they have to take things at a certain speed. They can't get too far ahead of themselves. And also, you know, if there is, like, a light effect going off, it's only going to light so long before they need to hit another one. Because the one that they hit is going to be behind them, and, you know, no way of going back, even. Here, for instance, you're going to have to go forward and hit the thing. There's no doubling back or nothing of the sort. This is a very hard level to work out. and to work the issues out of. It also has like the Super World's one use of invisible blocks. This was, you know, the penultimate level of the Super World that I did. And I'm, you know, quite happy with it. I think it has a good to great combination of ideas, and yipsy daisy. And I'm quite happy about, like, everything about it. The queue is about to close, so keep that in mind. We're about to exit the last call. Now is the time to submit any last ones that you do. I'll say I don't have that many, you know, I only have, like, one more thing I need to discuss, want to discuss, so, like, 4 is more than enough to, like, close on. And also it is, like, 10:16, so getting about the time at which these streams would end, so that's fun. That's good. That's it for last call. Let's go ahead and close the queue, get things heading towards a conclusion. I don't think I saw Snowflake confirm, so we're just gonna do this sudden death style with Snowflake's level, and you know, continue until we're at an end, which is soon. An end is soon. I am tired. I've spent too many late nights this week. Playing Deltarune. I also, you know, that thing I showed earlier with the star bits, I also did that at like 3 a.m. and I probably shouldn't have done. You know, I was up late working on that last night. I should have slept. I should sleep tonight. Let's see what this is. We have 2 tries to do it on account of Snowflake. Did not confirm. Let's do it, and then you know, we'll continue. I'm getting tired. Ugh. Okay. I think I want that fire flower. This feels like it's gonna have some trickery. Like maybe we don't want power up. Wait a minute. Okay, that's not right. Looks like we need the propeller hat. Where do we get the fucking propeller hat? All we got was a fire flower, which is not a propeller hat. Not... I don't know. Could be the propeller hat as well as the propeller suit. I guess they're both propeller something. Could be either. Propeller box, propeller suit. Either or. Well, make sure there's no propeller suit hidden in one of these. I don't know if this is good. This is workable. This is... There it is. Would have been difficult to hit that if I hadn't done it just right. Okay. Go through the door. A lot of coins. Okay, we can come out here. What are these guys doing here? Don't get those blocks, but let's move on. We're actually doing quite well. Okay, I was about to say, unless those are pick-a-pipe, it doesn't look like they are, though. So we continue to be doing well. And there it is. There's the end of doing well. Okay. Alright. Thank you for the level, Snowflake. Let me go ahead and hit dismiss. And, East, you are up. East, Ninimindidibidi. Possibly on YouTube. I don't know. East, go ahead and confirm. You know what to do. I am increasingly tired. I'll do the last card, which is this one. Y'all hear about PlayTonic's layoffs and impending remake of Big Flop. I'll say, like, you know, I'm a big Rare fan. I love Rare. And, you know, PlayTonic is a spin-off of Rare. You know, spiritual successor maker. But I'll also say, god damn, I hated Yooka-Laylee. And seeing what's up with them, I can't help but think, yeah. You guys made 2 games, one of which was a terrible, terrible, terrible game that failed to light the world on fire, and the other one was just okay. It's not a surprise to me that you're having financial problems. Like, that is not a surprise to me. Nor is, like... You know, I look at that and I just go like, okay, well... Yeah, well, Yooka-Laylee sucks, so... It's kind of... If I was an investor, I wouldn't want to invest in them. I mean, it's like, okay, you're making a remake of a game everyone hated. Why? Why don't you make a new game? Well, you don't have enough money for that? Oh. Shit. Can you make this one better this time? You'll try? I don't know. I guess. I don't know. I feel like, I feel ways about that, you know. I saw on Blue Sky there was like some ex-developer on there who was, you know, the other day they did like a tier list of like, ooh, rate on the tier list of everyone's like, rate the tier list, the levels on a tier list. And people were bristling as like, oh, I made that level and now I'm laid off and now they're fucking saying it's a C tier level? What the fuck is that shit? And, you know, it's like, okay, yeah, that's a little bit weird. But also... Talking about Yooka-Laylee levels, like, yeah, they're all F. They're all F. And the one that's a moody maze or whatever, that one's lower than F. And so is the casino level, which just blows in general. So, you know, let's not be quick here. Let's not be hasty. You know, there is such a thing as a bad Yooka-Laylee level. In fact, most of them are bad Yooka-Laylee levels. It's easier to find a bad Yooka-Laylee level than a good one. There is no such thing. So, what the fuck, man? I don't know. I look at that company with a mix of like pity and also just like fucked up. I lost my fire flower. A mix of pity and also just like. Also, no pity, because I gave them, like, $200 when I thought their game was going to be good. And then their game wasn't good, so... Wait a minute, I can cheese this. Hell fucking yeah. I thought that fire flower was out of reach, but I was able to just squeeze right in there and take care of it. Excellent. Pretty good. Nice level, East. Let's go ahead and hit complete on that and bring up the next one. As far as ukulele goes, you know, I have given thought to like, it'd be funny to play Yuko Replayly as like a stream game in the same way that it was fun once to play a little bit of Sticker Star and go like, oh my god, this is so terrible. And see if they fixed it, see if it's better. Those worlds are just badly designed. They are hard to navigate in. They are confusing as all hell. They don't have landmarks. And it just feels like they just put stuff everywhere. And also I have like other major concerns with the game. Like, one thing that they're changing with Ukulele Replayly is that they are giving out all the moves in advance, like right at the start. Which I don't think necessarily fixes the game. You know, like, oh, that's an idea, but like, that's not the problem with the game. You know, if you ask me what the main problem with Ukulele is, I would say, like, the worlds are kind of too big, and the platforming kind of dissolves in the capabilities of the characters, right? Like, basically, in Ukulele, you can jump and hover without any risk or danger or even skill. And as a result, when they place platforms, they have to be like, they're not like this. It's not like you're going like, jump, 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 jump. It's like, jump, hover, land, jump, hover, land. You're always jumping like ridiculous distances on really small platforms that don't really have like a coherent path to them. You know, it's just like diarrhea, you know? It's just like platforms in a void because the hover is so powerful that you can't have them be too close together or there's no challenge. Also, now you're going to start with the ability to fly without, you know, limits. You can fly in that game without limits once you get like a certain power up. So, like, that's a head scratcher, man. Like, okay, now there's no platforming challenge whatsoever. Like, from the start, you can just skip over all that stuff. Like, doesn't that ruin it? I mean, can you ruin something that was already ruined, that was already terrible? I don't know, but I have all sorts of skepticism that, like, they were even on the right track, and even if they were, like, man, you should probably have made a ukulele or something, you know, at least that would have the possibility of being better, you know, of being a good game for once, like with all new worlds that could be designed better, could be more focused, could have landmarks that are central to them. You know, put a weenie in the middle. You know, like in the theme park sense. You gotta put a big weenie in the middle. A mountain, a tower, a lighthouse. You gotta do something like that. Give us something to really orient ourselves around. You know, that's... I don't know that I feel like I should be telling them their business, but like, you know, considering they made like Banjo-Kazooie and Banjo-Tooie like years and years before that, but... And then those are games that have weenies in them. You know, like big mountains, big trees, molehills, you know, landmarks. Distinctive bits of geography. But they just failed it. And they haven't... I don't think, like, I would love to hear a post-mortem from them of like, oh, here's what we think went wrong. Because as far as I know, they never came out and said like, oh, you know, the game was bad, sorry. You know, as far as I know, they still kind of act and behave as if like, we're PlayTonic. We made a good video game once. We made 2 of them. And it's like, you made one. You made one pretty good video game that, if we're being honest here, is like the least good of the Rayman Origins, Donkey Kong Country Returns type games. Like, you probably made the last, the lowest ranked one of them. You know, probably, like, you can argue between it and Returns. I probably would put Returns just a nose ahead, honestly. And probably the Raymans as well, honestly. Like, just those have better game feel than Ukulele 2D version. And also, I really didn't like the final level. That was a slog. That was bad. That was a bad thing to have at the end of the game. So, I don't know. I'm sad for them having to have layoffs, but like, man, I don't know. When your business plan is we're going to put out a remake to the game everyone hated and was a massive flop. It's just like, what world do you think you're in that sounds like a good idea? You know, this isn't fucking Mass Effect that you're talking about here. It's Yuka fucking Laylee. What the fuck? Like, Mass Effect, game like that, hell, even like the original Assassin's Creed, like, you know, you could see arguments for remaking those, right? Like, oh, they weren't good enough at the time. They had this wrong with them, that wrong with them. The franchise eventually found its footing, and we can take those lessons forward back into the original game. If they ever did a Assassin's Creed 1 remake, like, there would be an argument for it. But, you know, they haven't found the way yet. They haven't made a good one yet. A good 3D platformer yet. So really, getting a little hasty to make a sequel or like a remake before you make a sequel, and then even then it's like, who's gonna buy this thing? This seems like a really bad idea, guys. Really, really bad idea. And you know, now they got like, I don't know how many people still working there. Probably like single digit, and it's like, yeah, I don't know, man. Seems to me like you should try making a game that's good. That would be my first thought. You know, I feel bad, and I think that like layoffs and stuff are terrible and all, but when you make a bad game, and then you make a game that's like kind of mid, like I can't help but go like, yeah, I get it. No, that just makes sense. Yeah, these layoffs. You guys made 2 games that were neither of which very successful. I'm surprised you have, you know, I'm surprised that there were people to lay off, considering that, like, yeah, it wasn't exactly in a good state. You know, like, yeah. I'm trapped here, this is it. That's, oopsie daisy. I did not have a mushroom. I can't return there. Thank you, Oz, for the level. I did not see you, Oz, so let's go ahead and hit complete. Or miss, actually. It's a miss, not the other one. Let's hit miss and get up the last level of the night, which is by 06i. 06i was just chatting a minute ago. I think 06i is good for it. Anyway, I don't know. I think that's all very sticky. I think that ukulele is something that, like, you know, when it first came out and it sucked, I feel like I was probably dumping on it all the time. Because, you know, back before, I wasn't a streamer then, I was just on forums and stuff, dumping on it all the time because I spent $200 on it, something like that, thinking it'd be good, you know, Kickstarter-wise, and believing in them and going like, oh, I want you to have all the money in the world. And now I just look at them and go like, yeah, you know, this is what happens when you fail, you know. The team, the company that made Mighty Number 9 isn't around anymore either. They've been bought up, purchased, scooped up. They're not making Mighty Number 10 right now because it was a failure. You kind of expect failures to just disappear. You know, there's not going to be a Mighty Number 9 remake anytime soon. Like, that doesn't compute. That doesn't make sense. Igavania, you know, that's Bloodstained. Like, I could see Bloodstained getting a remake. Sure, that would compute. But, ukulele? No. And it's a bad idea to try, and, when did I... Oh, I think I accidentally got my heads down or something, I don't know. Let's do this. Last level of the night. Let's go. I'll say as far as other, not E3 business. I said earlier, I feel like, Super Meat Boy 3D was like my highlight, the one thing that I really popped for. I mean, I popped for Persona, but like, that's far enough away where I'm not really excited, you know? It's just more of a, yeah, I'll play that. That'll come out and I'll play it. It'll probably be on Game Pass too, so I won't have to pay for it again, like how Reload was. That was really nice, how Reload worked. That'll be nice again. I never did go and do the Reload DLC. It was just sort of a busy time, especially with Metaphor. It kind of made more sense to do Metaphor than to do the Persona 3 Fez DLC. Also, I was going to Japan around that time, so I was super, like, you know, not able to play a Xbox game, considering that I was out of the country, far from my Xbox. There were reasons why that didn't work out. Oh wow, what the hell? How did I just... I guess because auto-scrolling, the floor is, like, at the right level such that the water is death. Huh. Interesting. Anyway, wasn't a terribly exciting not E3, I think. I don't know, maybe others would disagree, but it's sort of whatever. Part of it was definitely that Nintendo decided to take it out, or take it off, you know? And they didn't do a Direct. And they haven't done a Direct yet. I was kind of surprised by that. I was definitely in the camp that was like, yeah, you know, we'll probably see rumored Direct anytime now. It's like, no, you already got your fucking Direct, idiots. Come on. It was Donkey Kong. Donkey Kong was the big reveal. Enjoy your Switch 2. And, yes, I will enjoy my Switch 2. I am actively enjoying my Switch 2 right now. In fact, currently, presently. But also, I would like to know about a couple more games coming out. I would love it if there was, you know, we knew what the November game was. Is it just Pokemon? Is Metroid November? What's your holiday approach this year? Is Mario Kart? Well, Mario Kart probably definitely is the biggest game. Unless you consider, like, just, you know, in terms of, like... I feel like Mario Kart has picked up a good amount of prestige this last generation from how well, you know, the last Mario Kart performed over, like, its lifetime, console lifetime. And as a result, like, probably Mario Kart is now bigger than Zelda as far as the general public is concerned, but I do think New Donkey Kong does, like... Damn it. Damn. New Donkey Kong definitely does feel like a bigger game insofar as, like, it's a big single-player adventure that, like, no one can find fault with. You know, from the Odyssey team, has big Odyssey vibes. You know, you worry somewhat about, like, the fact that you could just, you know, find everything by breaking apart the entire world, but I don't know, it seems like they're putting in stuff that you can't break, scenarios you can't deal with by just breaking everything. And, you know, it'll be a matter of mixing those things up and keeping it interesting throughout. And making it fun to play, and sounds like people have been happy with it so far, like the demos and all that. I don't know. I'm really excited for Bonanza. Bonanza is gonna be, probably like, if I'm looking at the calendar now, and I'm looking at the games that come out, and the games that are going to come out, I think Bonanza is like the one that I see as like, the Game of the Year contender. The most likely to be Game of the Year. There's others that are up there too. Like, I feel like the whole start of the year was a cavalcade of like, wait, no, this game is the Game of the Year contender. Then, no, wait, no, it's Blue Prince. And then, no, wait, it's Clair Obscur. And then, like, no, wait, what about, well, actually, Doom the Dark Ages kind of seemed like it, is really fun. You know, good, like, number 5 or something, but also seems like people aren't super duper pickled. They aren't, like, the most, excited about... Wait, this is the Super World, right? Or, no, it wasn't the Super World. No, it was, just the level. Let's beat this boss and end the stream. And then I have to edit the 2 parts together. That might be a pain in the ass, we'll see. Do I have to, like, what the fuck am I doing? Is this just survival? Or do I need to, like, go down there or something? Like, get between the spiny guys? I'm guessing survival. Half survival, half, boss fight. Cool. Excellent. Good shit. I like this a bunch. Fun. That was a fun one. Good level. Enjoyed it. Hell yeah. There we go. Woo! Alright. That was fun. That's a good stream. Believe we are, just about done then. Yes. Let me get this nice and sorted, and then go ahead and take down the lightning round and take down the level bar because, folks, we're done for tonight. That's the end of the stream. There we go. We did it. It wasn't an accomplishment. It's just a stream that I did for fun. Oh. I'm a little bit tired as on account of all the Deltarune that I did at inadvisable hours this week. Deltarune kicks ass, but do it in moderation, perhaps. Do it in moderation. Let me send y'all off somewhere. Let me see who's streaming on the old Twitch. There's a bunch of people streaming on the old Twitch. It's a Friday, after all. Looking who I can send you to. Player Obscure. Mario in the Multiverse. Boncho Taco is doing some sort of Mario 64 ROM hack. That sounds fun. I'll send you over there. That's good. Okay. Well, folks, I started the raid perhaps a little early. Let me say the things I need to say. Well, fortunately, I don't have to say that much because there's not a lot going on in the near future. Here's the full calendar if you want to take a look at it, a little mosey. But like for the next few weeks, it's basically Conker and Mario Maker. Conker on Tuesdays, Mario Maker on Fridays, and I might get a Splitgate stream, like maybe next Thursday, let's say. I don't know, TBT. I'll look and see if that's cool down and if we're cool to do that, or if it's problematic. I don't know. Like the apology, he apologized. It's cool. I want to see what that is and if I like it because I did like Splitgate 2 a bunch, but we'll see. Maybe sometime next week, TBD. I'll be back on Tuesday around 8 p.m. Central for Conker Live and Reloaded. We are just going into Ugga Bugga there, just having beaten the Great Mighty Pooh. That was last stream, and that was a bit of fun. Then maybe a Thursday stream, probably around 8 p.m. Central, and then if you're looking for more viewer levels, Fridays around 6 p.m. Central. That will continue to be the case for the next couple of weeks. I'll see you on Tuesday, maybe Thursday, and possibly Friday. Whenever I see ya, y'all take it easy and, have a good one. Bye, folks.